then go back to Crystal Project. His 2 stages is not enough to warrant going back to Bomberman Hero 4. And I'm not going to worry about doing the now playing right now because of the fact that both of them are actually being labeled with their accurate categories. So that all works itself out just fine. There's about to be a bunch of pop-ups happening for the game in a second. We might end up seeing some Bomberman Hero depending on what we end up picking up here today, but that very heavily depends on what we pick up. So let's just let all this stuff pop. Cross Guard sounds neat. Sweet Pop Candy, Nuts, Potion, Tincture Pouch, Lost Penguin. This is from before we even finished the game. Poseidon Stone, Sour Pop Candy, Fresh Salmon, Milk. Yeah, now we're getting into the stuff from completing the game. Rogue and Beastmaster, Phoenix Juice, Cocoa, Stew, Fresh Salmon, some more nuts, Clamshell, which the clamshells are technically a win condition. I don't have it set, I don't think, in my settings, but there is a win condition for bringing enough clamshells to the clamshell guy, which I found pretty funny. But I have mine set to the standard win condition, not to that one. Which, once we get done with this list, I'll tell you something very important about said win condition. There's the Rampart Key and the horn. Yep, Salmon Violin. We can swim now. So we are in business. We have so much we're going to be able to do. Demon Plate sounds fun. And there we go. The important thing is we're missing one job. That's all we're missing is one job. And then we can finish Crystal Project. Assuming we're at a high enough level to do so. Which I do not know that for certain, I will admit. But now, we can have you change jobs if I want to. Now, admittedly, Rogue is a lower job. That, I believe, is one you were ordinarily either starting with or getting really early. He does lose his dual wielding this way, though, which is a problem. Now, you're better off keeping that one. He can keep his armor at least, which is nice. It's mostly going to depend on what trickery gives him, whether I'm going to have him stick to that. And Beastmaster was the other one. That's heavy or medium armor, reveal HP of all enemies, which is not half bad, and Wild Arts does stuff. Variance plus 35% seems bad. Let's see, you have the Life Jewel, which makes you receive 100% more healing, which is pretty nifty. Knockout Stick, which dazes things when you whack them with it, so that's kind of fun. We also got the Art of War. AP healing per turn 6. Interesting, but not something we're gonna use. Ooh, that makes all your stuff faster. That is tempting. You could use the Burning Blade. I forgot that nomads could use swords. So there's a world where I actually give you the Burning Blade or the Hydra Edge and just have you start housing people. In fact, the Hydra Edge gives speed, so actually 36 less mind is kind of okay. Have a sword. Have fun. Alright, I'm saving for Icicle Barrage for you. So what does Beastmaster get? Beast, Wild Stance, Furrow. Okay, so a lot of similar things to your general warriors and such. Just a bit more chaotic. MP absorb is neat. Transfer all accumulated threat to target so you can, like, shed your threat to somebody else. Death sentence. Guaranteed crit? Okay. Not something I would have much use for, though. So you have... With Wild Stance, you're less likely to crit, but you essentially have enough variance to basically be the same as if you're critting anyway, which is interesting. The lifesteal on Feast is potentially good, but you don't even need to become a Beastmaster to get that. You literally start with that. So I could just equip that on somebody if I wanted to. And you're probably keeping Execute because you've mostly been using those. You haven't really been using your ninja moves at all. Being a ninja was literally just for dual wielding, since he had already mastered ninja. Ooh, Pandemitis is not half bad. Extra gold after battle is decent, and the agility and luck are not half bad either. He only had the 2 hemo rings on because of doing the arena. Interesting, the Lucky Briefs give 100% more variance to magic damage. That seems potentially really good or really bad. If there's a way for you to influence how your variance lands, those variance things could be incredible. But you'd have to have a way to influence it, I feel, for it to really work out. It's not to say that it can't, just saying that it needs that. Let's give you the Fang Pendant for now, because I don't remember what I had you set up with before I gave you the 2 lifesteal rings together. Okay, so first and foremost, Poseidon Shrine. Actually, you know what? Let's not even look for it. Let's just use the stone and find out if it's any good. So I might have gotten Poseidon and Triton mixed up. No, this is Salmon River. So, not that great. Look! We can swim! We can freely move about as a fish! We can even breathe underwater, because for some reason summoning a salmon gives you an air bubble. So we can freely travel Salmon River this way. More important thing is we can actually, like, go get the literal dozens of checks that are out in the ocean. I wouldn't be surprised if the Salmon Violin was related to doing Salmon River in some way ordinarily. That would make sense. Yeah, we went through all of this when we were doing the Salmon River race. Is the reason why this is all mapped for those who are like, why does he have this map, but he didn't have a fish before? Eat your pouch from yourself. And I technically could have done a chunk of this without the fish. In fact, I probably could have done, like, the whole cave segment without the fish. I just kind of forgot about the cave. So that looks like it's a underwater passage. Yeah? Huh. Why is there blue there? It is kind of funny just kind of flopping around as a fish. Even if it's not very useful or effective, it's just kind of entertaining. Never did climb this bit, apparently. There are some chests around here. So it looks like that doesn't actually lead anywhere. I need to get up top over there. I can do from this tree. Yeah, because I think when we were here before, I was actually both kind of tired and also having to duck, dip, and dodge around things sometimes. Which reminds me, I may actually turn encounters back on, because I have to do that every time a session starts. Otherwise it won't be proper, because enemies won't be attacking me. And then all of our levels and everything won't matter. Where's the fun in that? But it is neat that you could basically turn it into like a pure platforming challenge with the way Archipelago for this works. I'm now going to be all out of sorts with my mount swapping because of the fact that we have a 4th mount now. So expect comedic results there at some point where I fumble a swap and a fish appears instead of the thing we're trying to use. Okay, that's even higher up. Right, because that's Land's End up there. Okay, right, one of the things I need is in Salmon Race's 2nd place. I don't remember which thing that is that's needed. It's either a Crystal Shard or an Adduct Bomb. I think it's a Crystal Shard. Why is it still saying all the deep sea stuff are out of logic, though? That's interesting. There's also all of this that's now in logic, apparently, so let's... Oh, right. This is all the stuff that fell in the water. We can go get this now. Float shoes from yourself. Zether pouch. Z potion. Warlock! We have all of the jobs now. We have every job in the game. The Grandmaster will see you now. Canopy key, so that's, I think, the other major key that I know about needing as well. So that's cool. Oh, hey, you're just kind of hanging out here, huh? Hang on, I'll land on your platform eventually, buddy. There you go. Super Rod and Jigging Lure. Gold Heart to Bomberman. I don't know why that was considered out of logic. I could swim there and I had the items. The flames here are blue, so it's not like they're strong. At least, not like they're too strong. Dive, dive, dive. I think it just didn't update for the fact that I have swimming now. So it just doesn't understand that I can do that. So many things I can do now that I can swim. We definitely got a bit ahead of ourselves in terms of daggers somehow. Slow-ish. Man. Oh right, you're using Bloodbind right now. So that is technically better. In terms of pure damage, at least. But if I was gonna do that, I'd just give you the Burning Blade back. Demon Plate has Spell Lifesteal. So that's interesting. That gives you the capacity of having, like, a heavy armored mage. You just teach them magic abilities and then switch them to something that wears heavy plate. That's neat. I like that. I like things that actually encourage you to mix types like that. That's fun. I like that. That's wrong for you. Mind plus 10%. Does not amount to higher. I want to keep the red hat on you just because of the MP healing, right? Sploosh. So let's see, where's a good concentration of water checks? Oh, there's a shop down there. Dive, dive, dive. Besides, this is where the Neptune Shrine is, and I want to touch all the shrines. Dive. Makes sense that the Neptune Shrine would be underwater. Ah, hi. Deity Eye. Eyeball dropped by a monster in the depths. Okay. I'm assuming that goes to the eyeball crazy guy. Now, Warlock, though. What does Warlock do? Warlock, I want to say, is one that you ordinarily get fairly early on. Let's see. Scan, reveal enemy HP, heal, protect, blaze, douse, frost. Cast 2 mixed magic spells back to back. Yeah, Warlock's essentially this game's red mage. And I believe it is a starting class looking at this. That seems correct. This is also a way to give MP healing at the start of fights and have a spell that actually grants it, too. So these are all, like, very useful abilities to have. In fact, yeah. These are actually, I believe, in order. Looking at the way this is. Considering Monk and Rogue are up here as well. I think this is your starting lineup right here. Warrior, Monk, Rogue, Cleric, and Wizard. And then Warlock and Fencer are the first two you find. Depending on what path you end up going on. And then it goes from there. So we actually got some very powerful classes very early. Theoretically, because we got Ninja, like, right off. Actually, yeah, we started with Ninja. Ninja kind of sucked initially, but we did start with it. Wait. What's that symbol mean? Is that even a symbol? No. I think that's just the map being weird. Like something's just not rendering with water over it. So that shop wasn't anything too big. Fastest squid in the West, huh? Not that fast, buddy. Hey. Hey, you. Hey. There we go. Wasn't worth anything, but I caught him. Going up. Oh. Post-boss victory diamonds. Oh. There's just a big tree here. Also, I guess the developers really liked sequoia trees because not only is there just a big sequoia here, but the word sequoia is used a lot in this game. Unless the entrance is like down here somewhere in the roots, we can't get in there. I guess that doesn't matter. I'm mostly just happy to be able to actually swim now. Because of how many times swimming defied me. Oh, that's an orange fight. Nope. So the sea has varying difficulty to it, it seems, so that's good to know. That may also have been like a unique encounter out here in the sea. I just found a fish in a box. Okay. You know what? That's fair enough, I suppose. Crab. Crab was in fact an ether. Ancient Tablet B. That's good for another check, I presume. I got snipped. Get back here. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for him to come back. Sucker. He thought I was gonna just keep chasing him. Come on now. Oink. Which there was an NPC that was looking for these crabs too. Addock Bomb. That, I think, is the one Addock Bomb that I was missing as far as hints go. Warrior Volcano. Ah, there's a crab right here. Get our pop candy. Look at him go. Yoink. One-handed sword. It's the scimitar. And gold dust. Like, we are cleaning up so many checks now that we can swim. It's ridiculous. They put so much out here in the water. This isn't even the stuff that I was having trouble getting at in the places we've actually been yet. Like, I disregarded the checks over here by Warrior Volcano because, like, they're just in the water. I'll deal with them later. This is just, like, all crabs around here, apparently. Which, there is an NPC, like I said, looking for the undersea crabs. But these are not actually the crabs, so that's not going to count for that check. Also, seeing the prompt for the depths and having half my screen just be, like, pure darkness because of being against that wall actually, like, added a whole level of, oh, this is horrifying to that I don't think is supposed to be there. I thought I just, like, went into an endless dark void for a moment there. Which is more or less what deep sea could arguably be considered. If you don't come down there with proper lighting ready. Tincture. I thought they were safe underwater and getting sniped by flying things. And instead, I'm practically being a hawk of the sea here and just flying down on these crabs out of nowhere. Ambush knife. I think the delay is actually happening because of the fact that it's trying to calculate, like, what the next weapon is, by the way, for those. At least in some cases. Apparently, this is, like, further down? Wizard Challenge below north coast of Tall Mountain. Okay. Let's see if any of these things I've gotten have actually been any good. The answer is technically yes, technically no. At least not the knife. Scimitar, not bad. It's extra AP. Probably meant to be gotten when you're getting around the time when you get the Nomad too, probably then. Because that seems like a weapon that would suit that. Considering the AP usage of the Nomads. Hello? What's this? Some kind of undersea tunnel. Oh, never mind, just some kind of undersea building. Oh, this is like a whole thing. This is like a whole, like, parkour challenge zone. Neat. Now, I will say, if we beat Crystal Project today, that suddenly changes my thoughts on whether we can beat this whole archipelago today, by the way. If I beat Crystal Project today, that is hundreds more checks getting dumped out. And I would not be shocked if the remainder of what both Bomberman and Kirby need are in here somewhere. Considering I do know a chunk of both are here. Because if we look at my map for a moment, If we just kind of fly around a bit. And look specifically for those faces that indicate things that have been hinted for. They may be on the wrong layer. I was expecting to see more of them by now. There's one there, which is the one I talked about before with Salmon Race. So they may all be down on the lower layers. Got the underpass chest there that we can go get now. That's the health up I believe Bomberman wants. There's also Draft Shaft Conduit Crystal Shaman. That's a Crystal Shard from what I remember. There's the Ancient Reservoir, our twinsies over here. That I believe is another Crystal Shard. Not as many things as I remember, but I think I may have picked a few of them up, just flying around like a fool. And I know I grabbed at least one of them before stream, cleaning up the other thing. Undersea vent where the flesh eaters live. That sounds lovely. Let's go find out what that looks like. Hey, Anxiety, how's it going? Here's not in time for me to go find flesh eaters. It's going well so far, though. We might be just in a cascade of finishing all the games that are connected here in the archipelago, so that's wonderful news. Because we finished Spyro 3 like 20 minutes or so ago at this point. And that's how I gained this fish. Oh boy. So that's the flesh eater. And since that's a red spawn, this could be bad. This could be really bad. We are very powerful at this point, so theoretically this will be okay. Nice, nice. How'd that work out for you? Yeah, that's fair. From what I recall, I want to say Char did Raft when I did the archipelago with her and her group a while back, and it was not exactly the best thing to archipelago, based on what the responses I saw for that ended up being. I will freely say that some things just don't seem like they work particularly well with archipelago. Yeah, exactly. Which, admittedly, that's somewhat of a problem with Raft to begin with, arguably, but that's neither here nor there on that one. Okay, we managed to kill it. We lost half the party, but we can revive them, so it's fine. That thing was also worth a lot of money. I don't think it is finished, no. I don't recall seeing that in the stable section. And when I was just looking earlier today, well, not earlier today, earlier this week, because I was setting up for the Dragon Pelago that'll be happening in 2 weeks. It can be hard to find the right things to do for Archipelago. There's Icicle Barrage. It's gotta be the right mix of something that'll be challenging and make you think, but also not be too much. Yeah, exactly. It takes a while to sift through. It's much easier for those who are willing to just, like, play Ocarina of Time 100 times or something. Because if you can do that, you know, you're set. You're already solid, because that game has tons of checks to hit and things like that. That just ain't me. Ow. Okay, you lived through both of those. That's good. With main power, it's gonna attack again before I get a chance to do too much about this. Zelaya. Yeah, you're gonna be able to cast that immediately, so go ahead and do that. Heal the 3 of us that are currently alive, and we'll deal with Alea's corpse in a moment. The ads are coming up, so after this fight, I will get up for a moment. Or... Okay, Twitch, thanks for just skipping the whole minute before the ads you gave me the warning about. You said 50 seconds till ads, and now it just adds immediately. Okay. Either way, I will just finish this fight, and then I'll get up then. Fuck you, Twitch, and its useless-ass dashboard that tells me lies most of the time. It always is. It is much rarer when Twitch does what it's supposed to. Which is a depressing thing to think about, but it's true. There we go. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of experience from these flesh eaters. They're just rough to deal with. Okay, now that the ads have actually fully kicked in, though, I'm gonna get up for a second. Back in a moment. Should be back from ads momentarily. Assuming the ad timers are synced up properly, welcome back from the ads, everybody. If not, you'll be back in a minute. Go ahead and grab regen, because that'll be useful. Ooh, actually, yes. Auto revive. That's one of the things I wanted you to be a Valkyrie for. Take off equip shield. Grab auto revive. She's using two-handed swords right now anyway, so equip shield doesn't matter. And I think Valkyries... Oh no, Valkyries do not have shield. But that's fine. Reviving when you get taken down is much more important than having a shield. Okay, what summon do I want next? I can't have Tira and Eustace, but I can have any of the other ones for 2 points. And I'm thinking either the Blind or the Paralyze. Considering we have Thunder covered in an AoE, we'll take the Blind. And 3 points, what can I do for it? Always misses if you're not target's bottom threat, which is another blind option. Always equip dagger, not really. Notice a lot of these are miss if you're not target's bottom threat, because rogues are meant to always be shedding threat and not be targeted. Interrupt could be really nice, but that's way down there. Yeah, this really just isn't that helpful overall. Generates no threat is kind of nice, though. Does do a lot of damage. I'm gonna grab those, and this way at least we set up for grabbing Trick Stash when he gets enough points. It's a path. It is. This is where they live. We're in their home, stealing their stuff. Gold ore from myself. And fresh salmon from myself. So this was not worth fighting horrible flesh-eating monstrosities for. Particularly. 1 point over there. Oh, I found another flesh eater. I was like, I shouldn't be going up to this tunnel here because this is one I didn't clear, and surprise, flesh eater. Look at the grin they've got. They're just so happy to see more fresh meat. Nom 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 nom. Just keeps missing his first swing every time, I swear. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, we lived, so that's good. I have a feeling somebody's not gonna continue living. Healing breeze. Yep, Tau died. Regen should help account for the bleed, though. Not enough to keep Alea alive, though. It was worth a try. We did reduce his power before he did that. He just had way too much power. Of course, now that he's hardened, it's gonna be a real big problem that our 2 attack casters are dead, and, you know. So I don't mean to alarm y'all, but I think we're gonna die here. Which is good, in a way, is we died to the one after getting the stuff down here. Yep, bleh. That's fine, that's actually a really convenient way out of down there. Remember, it keeps all the stuff you've done when you die, so it doesn't matter. So let's see. Let's head to the sewers in the jail right quick. Can I get a convenient... Yeah, we can go to the jail directly. It was East Wing, I believe, we'd gotten the key for. Yes. Phoenix juice and some nuts. Cocoa. A small key? Okay. Got a sad face over here. There we go, there's the attic bomb. It was a sad face, I think, because it was technically not reachable until I opened that door. Because you can't squeeze through the rocks here at all. I have no reason to be fighting these Oh, I thought these were jailbreakers. They're sting jellies. So we'll fight at least these, though they are apparently, like, very easy fights for us. Yeah, they are very weak. There we go. So I guess it would be easy job experience, but I'm not concerned about that at the moment. There's a lot of them here, though. Phoenix juice and sour pop candy. That's the thing, is a lot of checks are going to be kind of irrelevant at this point because we have the major items for most of these games sewn up at this point. Because we have all the jobs, we have the majority of our keys. We're just missing some attic bombs and some odds and ends for the other games. If it did solve the mystery of if this is reachable. Which I'm presuming it's reachable from the other area somehow or something. More importantly, now that we came in here, I can actually just go up and do what I came down here to do, which was actually finish clearing the sewers out. Which I hope you enjoyed having music, because we're not going to have music the entire time we're in the sewers, because the sewers music just doesn't exist for some reason. It's another one of those, like, eerie, quiet places. The bright side, now that I have a fish, I can travel the sewers so fast. There you go. Diamond ingot. Well, that probably wasn't worth it, but I wouldn't have known until I made the trade. That was the whole reason we came back up here, too, was to get that. You know, I never did figure out what the difference between orange chests on the map and pink chests were. Seeing that rubble is a pink chest still is a thing. Drop down behind Capital Jail South Wing rubble. That is an underpass chest. Maybe it's like connected to this bit? There's a Capital Pipeline thing here too, so maybe I go into the water through over here? And then I get into the Capital Pipeline? Also map out the rest of the Kintar nest this way. Anything further down? No. Admittedly, I don't think there's anything left for us here now. Let's see if there's like a water exit from this place that leads to another part of the underpass or something. The answer to that question may surprise you in that it's no, but we can go up the Kintar waterfall and go get the one thing that was marked. There's the health up that I had requested for Bomberman so long ago. This is another way into Kintar Sanctum. So that's interesting. Up the waterfall inside Kintar Mausoleum. I don't think I can get to there from here. Or maybe I can. Bingo. Beesh. Oh boy. Wait. Oh, Kintar Mausoleum. Let's see. Master Cape. could be useful. I mean, it's a master cape. It's slightly better than the Seeker Garb. Sure. We lose the loot drop chance, which is slightly sad, but also not super important to me. See, a mausoleum being quiet makes sense. Also, may have gotten slightly jump scared by the sudden attack happening there. So that's more so the sudden noise than anything. Is when it goes from dead silence to ping out of nowhere. It does get me sometimes. Ooh, wow, they hurt. I think I know why it says I'm not supposed to be down here now. Ow, wow, 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 wee, wah, wah. Waste away. I was gonna say I don't like that, and it's been proven. I really don't like that. You made my wizard die. I don't appreciate that. You made my thief die. I really don't like that either. Now here's a wrinkle. How many times can Rachel come back from the dead? Like, can she just keep doing that? Because if so, that's an interesting situation to find ourselves in. Where we might actually win this fight just because she can keep getting back up and attacking. Never mind. Didn't win that time. Now we're back here at Neptune. Just bear in mind... Oh, right, it's for 6 turns, it's not a chance, so it just is a matter of I can't lose within the first 6 turns of a fight. For some reason, my brain flipped the 25% health to be a 25% chance. So it's like, oh, she just kept rolling lucky on the 25% over and over again, I guess. Neat. Inami is apparently still not within my grasp. I never did get the Proving Meadows thing, apparently. So here's the idea, though. We just go right into the water here. I assume this will lead to somewhere. Can I ride this? I can. This leads to the sewers. We know this. I was kind of banking on this leading to the Capital Pipeline. Gonna be honest. Considering the name, it made sense. Apparently that is incorrect. But this is a way to get to Cobblestone Crag. Go fight the Crag Demon. Whom is listed as being within our reach to defeat at this point. It's also kind of funny to go fight him after we have the horn. Hey buddy, you're blue now. You really do look just like a dragon, by the way. not really much extra to you other than you just look like a dragon. Right, fire breath. That's the problem with you. Fire breath hurts a lot. You ever get the distinct feeling that this might still be out of your reach a little bit? Yet Archipelago is convinced that this is something I could do. When we've not even put it into non-regular health. Yeah, we've hit it with everything we've got, and it's still at full or full adjacent health. Yep, there it is. Not dead yet. Still not dead yet. So the interesting thing is, it's not purely 6 turns, it's 6 charges. So if she dies 6 times quickly, it still counts down each of them. Like, it's essentially a turn every time they get downed. So that's interesting. Oh yeah, we can turn in the clam and get something. I'm an animam. The West Wing key. Okay. You had the key. You know what? I'm glad I bothered to drop off those clamshells. Back to the jail we go. See if there's anything in the West Wing of any real note. Star Pop Candy. Something in among the plants here. Z potion. Gotta use this to get access to the other side. Yep. 1 up for Kirby, also not super relevant. Oh, I'm out of keys. So unless this leads up and over, our little adventure here stops now. So unfortunately, because of the keys I burned, we can't actually get those 2 checks yet. The Silver Locked Away in Overgrown West Wing and Locked Beyond Overgrown West Wing Hallway. So hopefully neither of those are important. Actually, while we're in this vicinity, though, there's something I probably should do. And I don't mean this stuff over here. But we should go use the Rampart key as well and see what that leads to. That's more my brain bouncing around. I mean, I should go back up here and go talk to the Lost and Found guys. Also, apparently the penguin I got was enough for the Penguin Keeper too, so we'll do that while we're up here. Because we've had a bunch of boss fights, so I'm curious to see what other stuff will have spawned in the Lost and Found. Tonic pouch. Okay, nothing remarkable there. I think that's all the penguins. Oh, nope, you are still missing penguins, apparently. I need to remember how to get to the Lost and Found again, though. It's in the back alley somewhere. I know that much. I think it's, like, right here. Yeah. You got a lot of stuff. There's the Mars Shard, Old World Shard. Oh, there we go. Cell key. Red door key. Cross. It also has stuff you sold. is the other neat thing. That's why the Gusto Charm's in here, because I sold it for piles of money before. Or when I needed money. I'm not gonna touch that. Also, it's interesting that these keys are here, because I used these keys. But you know what, I'll get them back in case I need them in the future, I guess. In case they're used for more than one door. So that was good to come back for, though. Yeah, and this is just another access to the sewers. This is how you learn how the Lost and Found works, is from this fellow. Okay, so let's go back to the prison then, and go quickly use that cell key. See if that amounts to anything. Isn't it nice when you just quickly can solve your own problem? Though it looks like I'm gonna need a second one, yeah. So unless I can go buy another cell key from the Lost and Found guy, like if he just has an infinite supply of them, I think that is still SOL. It's funny that I at least got that far, though. Let's go right back to the Lost and Found and see if it does work, though. And I just get another one. I can just buy more cell keys. Who needs to find keys when I can just buy them? He's just printing keys for me. This seems like blatantly cheating, but you know what? When it comes to a minor thing like this, I'm fine with that. Is that this mostly falls under convenience. Undersea crab from yourself. And an undersea crab. See, nothing big out of that particularly. Unless this means I get the crab check, and the crab check's something huge, which, you know... I don't even know where the crab check is. I don't think I have the crab check randomized, so I think the crabs are actually just... Well, no, they're showing up as purple. They're showing as progression. See, the problem is, I don't even know where the Grandmaster is. If I wanted to finish Crystal Project today. So let's go up to the ramparts and use our rampart key. I know I'm mentally bouncing around a lot. That's because I'm genuinely bouncing between all those thoughts in real time in my head right now. Y'all are just having to deal with what my thought process is normally. Tincture. Disable HUD for Bomberman. And that was a whole lot of fucking nothing. So unless there's more than one rampart door, the rampart key was just utterly useless. Which I feel like there would have to be another key somewhere. I mean, another door, rather. We've gone flying away from here multiple times. Rampart Demon, I'm pretty confident, is still out of our reach to fight. Oh, that's annoying. Now, one wonders why I'm even bothering going back this way when I can just do this. Part of the answer being it was funny. Okay, there's nothing. These things having 5,000 HP really does make me wonder a little bit as to order of operations around here. These things also have death sentence, I recall, because we've been up here for a decent bit before. And they're listed as not being too bad for us to fight based on their flame color, though I do question that logic sometimes. Yep, died to death sentence. Took the demon down with him, though. So, you know, good job on that, I guess. Just avoid the rampart demon. Is over there. Let's go back up to the east ramparts. I was checking down there to make sure there wasn't any, like, doors or anything in that area. Now I want to check over here where the tree was. No doors here either. I got nothing then. I guess the rampart key was just for one door. And it was a garbage door. Well, nothing for it when that happens, eh? Let's... Still draft shaft conduit, which we apparently got near. Like, there's a whole waterway area, it looks like. So let's go back to Salmon Pass. I feel like this is the key to a few things. Just swing around to where I'm thinking about. Yeah, we can ride the waterfall up with the salmon. Whip. Elevator going up. Because without the salmon, we wouldn't have been able to do that. But that just spits us out in Greenshire. Huh. How do I get to where all this is? I mean, this is Pale Grotto, apparently, in here. So that's a whole other question mark. Guess let's go to the Pale Grotto ruins themselves, then? We can just hop off of here and get there, then. Theoretically. What did I just look at there? Oh, it's plants hanging from the ceiling. Okay, I was like, what? Oh. Sweet pup candy. Bitter pup candy. The amount of things they've just got, like, hidden all over this game remains astounding to me. Like, they really wanted you to just sift through and find all the things. And I love that. Aha! Another section of the underpass. Like, part of me really thinks that all the parts of the underpass are connected somehow. Just because they're all technically labeled as underpass. But I don't know that. Following a whole thing here, though. Hello? Combat band. Okay. We've found our way to a bit of tall height. Whoop. Oh, the ice fishing guy. I don't have the things he wants. That's really funny, though, that just out of nowhere we popped up in front of the ice fishing man. It's like, oh, hi, I don't really know how I got here. I think you're supposed to go from the ice fishing guy down, ordinarily. If you get curious and just happen to, like, jump down his ice fishing hole he made. Just in terms of the logic they expected people to be using, instead of just going and jumping into the water around Pale Grotto. So jumping in the water in Pale Grotto does make sense, considering there's water here. And logically, you just go poking around in all available water, or once you have the ability to swim. Especially when you see bits of water you can't access. So until said ability to swim is available to you. That just leads to here. We've been to. That spits out here in Delend. Greenshire. All the water I could have fallen into at any time trying to parkour around Greenshire. Oh, we're back to Delend again. We're almost back to the fish hatchery. Wait, I can ride the waterfall up from here. That might lead to something. Or does this just lead back to Salmon Run? I think this leads back to Salmon Run. Yeah, because this is the path we took to get to Salmon Pass to begin with. Because that was part of the race course. We've just gone in a really big, elaborate circle. Just a big, elaborate, wet circle. You know, I don't know how to feel about that sentence now that I've said that. But it's happened. That is the sentence that was uttered, that is the sequence of events that occurred, and so be it. There's a lot of open water over here we could look at, but it's mostly useless. How do I get to the... Yeah, walking the plank above Pale Grotto Waterfall. It says right on the tin what that's supposed to be, and then there's the Salmon Pass chest across a bridge and around through a tunnel. Blue Flower Ledge between Pale Grotto and Soiled Den. I mostly just want to get back over here, though, to Draft Shaft. Let's go to Seaside Camps and see if the water leads to it, maybe? This is going somewhere. Back to Delend. Really? All roads lead to Delend, I swear. Maybe, just maybe. Nope, this is just back to Seaside Cliffs. Maybe there's something over here. With the deeper water section that's over this ways. As that guy just sees me go cruising by on a fish. It's like, what's this guy doing? And answer's obvious, cruising around on a fish. Okay. saw the place I was looking for a second there on the map. Like we were in the right spot for just like a second. Yeah, Soil Den is part of where we're trying to be. At least it's like the right vicinity. The way some of these places connect is bizarre and the map does not help. I think I need to go down the hole over here, and that'll probably be what solves the mystery. Is there something here? No. This hole is probably the key to everything. Yep. You want an earth bangle. Presuming that somewhere in the water here leads to the rest of this. Appears to be incorrect. Nope. Where does this lead? The way the water renders in this game concerns me greatly sometimes. Gold ingot. This just leads back to Pale Grotto, so I was right in thinking that Pale Grotto was the right track for some things, apparently. As far as access points within the underpass. Whoa! Found Jade Cavern. Mostly by accident. Haha, hi evil fish. Die, evil fish. Oh. Can't help but notice they're not that concerned about what I've done. So I can't help but say that I'm concerned. Ow. Considering they've also obliterated Rachel, I am incredibly concerned, in fact. We can, however, kill them, so I think we're okay. I should have used a faster heal. Yeah, you have no AP, so just use Healing Breeze. Hope Cornelius dodges, I think might be the move here right now. No, it's magic. Never mind, he can't dodge that. And he's confused now. Hooray! That's what we wanted. Ow. Thankfully, in his confusion, he didn't miss, but, do have a few problems. Thankfully, problems we can solve. We seem to be finding, like, all of the really dangerous areas now, which makes sense. In order to make any further progress, we have to go into steadily more and more nightmarish and dangerous areas. These things are apparently blue fights for us, I would like to point out. But hey, how about if I blind you? That seems like a good idea. Because then they can't murder us viciously with magic. I mean, with physical attacks. They can just, you know, murder us with magic. It is only one turn of blind, which is kind of bleh. It's only a slight damage down, so use Bolt Hand on both of them. This way they're both pushed down in terms of health a lot better. should make the cleanup at the end of the fight easier. Just remember, summons can only be used once per battle. For those wondering, like, why don't you just keep spamming the blind then? I can't. Really need to find even more ways to speed Tau up, apparently. This somehow found a way to be worse than the last time, which is impressive. Considering I would be the first to say last time we fought one of these went really badly. And now it's going worse. You don't have the magic down move at all either. You do have a couple rounds of reviving left, though. Just a matter of whether you're gonna get a turn. The answer to that question is no. We went down that whole trip and just got bodied by turn order, or more or less there. Also, the whole playing it being a rogue thing, neat idea, makes you entirely too weak though, buddy. You need to go back to being a ninja. We need your ridiculous ninja powers. His double attack with the moves he has is just too good. And get you paralyzed. Paralyzed will also work very well down there because of the fact that it's thunder. Thankfully, getting back down there is actually going to be relatively easy. We can just follow the waterway like we did a moment ago. The alternatives are what? There's the tram that we can figure out. There's this whole bit here. We're seeing if this water leads anywhere as well. Just keep on with the curiosity loop. Aha! You're telling me there's items left for Grim Dawn still? Huh. Never would have even thought about that, honestly. Aha, more underpass. Hi. So apparently our underpass adventure may have come to an end, like, immediately. Oh, wait. I'm on top of the Continental Tram, because there's a hole in the tunnel, apparently. We do have the tram key, but apparently this is a way into the tram area too, so... Hooray for doing things unintended once again? Choo-choo, I am tram now. Swear that I don't even try to do these things. I'm just existing and these things happen. Acrobat shoes from yourself and Z potion. Speaking of, we haven't looked at things like that in a bit either. We got the float shoes too. 14 dexterity, 16 agility, only one can be equipped at a time. Okay. Evade all earth elemental abilities. Neat. IFS we've had. Combat band. Trash. At this point. There was a time where that would have been good. That time is not now. Just double checking right quick to make sure that there's not anything else I picked up. Any point that would be of interest. Nope. Okay, moving right along. Choo-choo! Oh, the Continental tram was literally just like right down here the whole time. I could have been down here a long time ago. Back when we got to Sarasara. I wonder if this is how it was intended to have gotten to a few places then. Instead of the way I did, by platforming around like a weirdo. Cutlass from myself. Inflict evasion down? That's actually really good for against evasion heavy enemies like ninjas and such. Cutting their evasion in half would be devastating. You know, other than the idea of just hitting them with magic, because you can't dodge magic. You can, but not directly. Choo-choo! I'm a tram! Woo-woo! Also, based on the giant broken pile to the left, I think the trams aren't running right now anyway, so I think this would probably be the only way to get around in here. Oh yeah, this doesn't look great. Yep, there's the boss. Z potion. That flame also does not look great. You know what also doesn't look great? That doesn't look great. Why is there a giant flesh abomination with angel wings just in the tram tunnel? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume paralyzing you is not gonna work. So how about blinding you? No, it's not using a physical move right now, so I guess it probably wouldn't have... it can be blinded. Hocus Pocus. Oh, I guess it's just a bunch of random debuffs, because... he got some kind of, like, bleed poison thing, Rachel got an attack down, and Tao got paralyzed. Ironically enough. Finding out that blind works on him, though, makes me now wonder if paralyzed does actually work. Player's gonna be way more powerful, so use that. Go ahead and just taunt the shit out of him. Goop expand. Ow! You expanded Goop and it hurt a lot. Don't do that. Yeah, he still doesn't care particularly, as it turns out. Healing Breeze. Bone Crunch. Ooh, wow! That's double Rachel's health, so that's concerning. It having attacks like that is very, very, very worrying. I don't anticipate you surviving attacks, to be honest, so just keep focusing on firing away at it. Thunder does less damage but casts way faster. Doom Song! Ah, AoE death sentence, huh? Neat party trick. Would like you to not do that. Would really like you to not do that. Bye, Leia. We only have single target debuff removal too, so priority target Tao remove the death sentence from yourself so you can revive everyone else. You're getting targeted by an ability. So always evade magic. Except death sentence killed him anyway. Oh, and it wasn't targeted. So Rachel's silenced. Tao got resist down, which is fine. Does mean you can't healing breeze, but that's fine. You're the only one who's hurt anyway. He's gonna do expand goop again and kill you. So what you choose to do here does not particularly matter unless he happens to do a physical attack on his next turn. Thankfully, you don't stay dead anyway, so that's okay. Bring Alea back next. Yeah, because you live through Goop Expand, even with the resist down. Okay, conveniently, he is in fact doing a physical attack next. So stance switch to Defender. You're probably still gonna get obliterated, but you can get a Healing Breeze off to help. Yeah, even with his attack debuffed and a defense boost like that, still destroyed. But that's okay. We've got our attackers ready to roll. Honestly, raising them with big health doesn't matter. They'll just die anyway from a good enough hit, so just bring him back at all. Oh, we're bringing him back right into Doom Song, though. Great. Also, all of Alea's magic and he's still in white health. We ain't winning this. Don't mean to alarm you, but this ain't happening. If I had gotten him down to pink health at this point, I would say maybe I could, but with this situation, highly unlikely that we're gonna be able to make this happen. Not gonna give up anyway, obviously, but you know. You can get another revive off before you go down. Actually, no. Smarter thing. Mend away your death sentence so you don't die. And then he can resume reviving next turn. Except he gets bone crunched here and dies. Like you saw, I tried my best. I did everything in my bag of tricks to keep this party alive through this. But this thing is really strong. And has a lot of nasty tricks. Okay, so let's just go past the tunnel where that is. Let's not bother with the conscript. We got the things behind the conscript anyway, because I am quick on my feet and very good at stealing things. So it works out. Really long tunnel. Really long and quiet tunnel. Also realized it gets really fleshy colored on the map. So that's really just kind of like some infection nonsense going on there. Apparently it just continues in patches down this way too. That's upsetting. That doesn't go anywhere. Look designed to climb, so... Oh, there we go, the Capital Pipeline. Oh, this... That's the big tube we saw in the ocean was the Capital Pipeline. You know, that makes nothing but sense when you think about it that way, doesn't it? Oh. Don't know what you are, don't feel like dealing with you. I wonder if that's how the conscript got in. Is it like broken through some part of the ocean depths and all that? Prismatic Diamond to Grim Dawn, doesn't matter. That game's already completed. Scroll, Undersea Crab. Kind of wish this place didn't have this green lighting so I could actually see the weird stuff on the walls in its proper colors. If it's as red and meaty looking as it is on the map, that's indicative of a lot of weird things. Hello? Does this actually lead anywhere? Nope. It's all lies. The ads are kicking in now, though. I'm gonna keep poking around. If I end up with anything significant happening, you know, then we stop for it. But this looks like this gets me to that chest that I wanted for so long. Red door key. All of that for a red fucking door key. Boy. I don't even know where another red door is. Getting up into the basement of the Capital Jail, which gets us fresh salmon. The chest I was looking at for so long before was just a fresh salmon, and there was just a hole that led there the whole time. So there was yet another way to get down to Capital Pipeline to get to Continental Tram, rather, the entire time. I'm glad I found that during the ads. I don't want to talk about it. God damn it. Why am I not surprised? Answer: because this keeps happening all the fucking time. No. Corruption, huh? You strong at all? Because if you're not strong, I'm not gonna bother waiting for the ads for you. Yeah, you took 1,000 plus and lived, so yeah, you're probably decently strong. But we're also most of the way through the ads, so eh. You're just a basic encounter anyway, you're probably not gonna be that interesting. Ow. That hurts a lot, and it's mass bleed. Hate that. Of course you have Shroomy Leer, that makes sense. And you ate Tau. That's a basic enemy with Devour, which is an instant kill. I see. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I ran into this. This is just a regular enemy down here. The one that I ran past going up toward the tunnel you saw right before the ads kicked in. Yeah, turns out this is just around. It's a mushroom, does Shroomy Leer, does a AoE bleed, and it can eat people. So, you know, that's great. But considering it's also called Corruption, I have to assume that that's what's happening down in the tunnels here, and that's where all the red stuff's coming from. Is it's just quite literally corrupted. Because the mushroom was also red in its little icon at the bottom, even though it was kind of purpley as far as the in-battle sprite was. So that's interesting. Things to learn there, I suppose. We need End Water in order to get to the rest of this. Where we can get Drown and Shimmer Tide and Wave Armor. Wave Armor I'm interested in because it's a guaranteed attack every turn. Though it does need AP every turn, it seems. But there's potential in that. As long as she's generating enough AP to use it, it still would work. Steelheart might be a move. Why would you want that? Take more HP damage per turn from status effects. Twice. Eh? I don't understand. Ooh, an AoE armor up's not half bad. Like, I definitely want Steelheart. That's a guaranteed thing. His status damage immunity stance seems very, very useful, because that just means the rest of combat she's immune to poison, bleed, burn, fatigue, and daze. Fatigue and daze don't matter too much to me, but the poison, bleed, and burn are really nice to not have to worry about. And I do think Stealing Wind is going to be the thing to grab for the moment. Kind of sliding into a bit of a paladin moveset there to a certain degree. Healing and buffing the team while just being very durable. Nothing to do with turbo corruption shrooms, if I can help it anymore. Because while we can beat them, they're a lot more trouble than they're worth. Running down the tunnels, hoping to find some things. Running down the tunnels, looks like we found something. Scroll. Door's locked. I'm gonna guess this button opens it. Pipeline elevator has been powered on. Ah. This is the East Capital Pipeline. Alright. Whoop. Going down. Oh. Part of Jadamba. Silver ingot. I can't help but notice that this doesn't actually let us go anywhere in here, though. Wait. It's just a bunch of fish. If you're like me, smash that extend timers assist option. Huh. Hey, that's where you'd get Weaver normally. Welcome to the land of timer fishes. Hate the sound of that. Anyway, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Yeah, ride the pipeline elevator for Jadamba Diamond Heist. Interesting. Where does this elevator take me? Up to Jadamba Tangle. Okay. Didn't realize we went out this far. So I guess this is a way to get to Jadamba without flying across like a wild person would. Totally not something I did at all. Huh. You ever notice how things are just getting steadily more and more concerning the further in we get? Because, man, I'm noticing the fact that things are getting more and more upsetting. Considering this thing's doing physical attacks, go ahead and do Stealing Wind, even though people aren't hurt yet. The armor up will be nice. Well, the armor up would have been nice if it weren't just eating people, which, in hindsight, it is a man-eater. It's kind of in the name, right? It eats mans. It does do regular attacks too, though. Okay. It also doesn't have tons of hit points, just enough. That does lead me to be rather concerned about the way the game seems to just be using instant kill to make things more difficult. And I don't mean death sentence, because there's plenty of that too. Flames are getting faster, I think, too. So it's harder to just dodge them. Perennial and a creeper. Well, they're not man-eaters, so that's good. Get paralyzed. Wabba away! Okay, that worked. It is only one turn of paralysis, but one turn is enough to get a lot done. How did you dodge while you're paralyzed? That's not how that works. I'm very disappointed that you can miss something that isn't moving. That's what that is at that point. They're not dodging, you just didn't hit them. You just missed. Since they're both doing physical attacks, I could blind them, but he's too slow. Oh, it's got Plague Spreader. I hate that. And that one's got Bloodsuck and is eating Alea. Great. So the Perennial is the one that can steal health. That's worth keeping in mind. Okay, the Creeper's blinded. I'm assuming it's going to do Plague Spreader again, which is why I wanted to blind it. Oh no, MP Arrest. Well, that's just as good to dodge, probably. I don't actually know what that would do. I would assume steal MP. Or otherwise do something very bad to our mana supply. So, you know, no matter how you look at it, not something we wanted to have happen. Okay, good. I was gonna say I should have used the stronger spell, but it's fine. It worked out. Man. These in here are scary, man. Ah, sucker. Oh, this brings me back outside, actually. So this is just another place I could have just gotten to, I guess. So this is another bunch of deep sea checks. Should go back in there, though. Just wanna dodge this guy first. This way I can freely maneuver a bit. You don't think there'd be any point to diving into the water, right? A lot of the stuff in here is too high to reach. Okay, we're doing this song and dance again. Based on what their first move was, let's go ahead and just blind them first. And then we can paralyze them with the second one. The Creeper is arguably the one that's more dangerous. But it doesn't particularly matter too much. When you get Stealing Wind up again. It won't matter because they can't hit anything right now. But it'll be useful to have that up and going ahead of time. Now you go ahead and go to Guaba next. Okay, yeah, that just does a small amount of MP damage. That's honestly not that big a deal. Killing Breeze. You should die to all the debuffs that are on you, but if not, you'll explode. Would help a lot if you didn't miss, Cornelius. Just a thought there, bud. Landing your hits makes a very big difference. It lived on one. I should have just hit it with the regular. Oh well. It's fine. It's dead, and that's what matters. Regular levels. It's been a while since we saw any of those. Because we kept getting level advanced well beyond what we were fighting. Ah, there we go. Platforming opportunities. Oh, but that's even higher up, huh? Okay. Probably gotta go, like, a whole way around to find a way up to that, then, maybe? Or it may be a case of you fall down to it from above, actually. It's right there, surrounded by flowers. That is a part of Jadamba we didn't touch. My entire cunning scheme here has not gone to fruition at all. The amount of things waiting in the damn roots and trees to ambush me, getting very upsetting. Ah, sucker. Yeah, the Ibex can't jump high enough for that. Considering the amount of things that can still kill me fairly easily, I don't know if we're up to the task of fighting the final boss. But here's the thing. I know there's fights after the final fight. Because it's one of those kind of games where there's a final boss and a true final boss and everything. So there's an entire world of question marks there of like, okay, what level is the regular Astley fight? The problem to that is I don't know. And arguably what I should do if I was smart would be to look that up in particular so I know when I'm ready for them. Instead of ending up like way over and ending up just obliterating him. Because that is of course the counterpoint risk of the situation as it stands. Like, okay, either you end up underleveled and getting your shit rocked, or you end up overleveled and you end up destroying the battle. Without foreknowledge, it's kind of hard to hit that happy medium. Okay, where I want to be is over here. Just look for holes. Just about above it now. We've been here before. This very specific spot. Definitely no holes, so that's a problem. Tell you what, we'll disregard that for now, then. See about the stuff that's over here. Bet you thought I wasn't going to do that properly. Forgotten key, okay. Forgotten key. You know, we might not be able to do this right now. Considering that's an orange flame and all of these are locked This may, in fact, be another mistake. Okay, so Mermaid Song is a confused move. Okay, you're not that bad, though. You hit really hard, but your health is not, like, crazy high. So I can kind of bully through you. Considering you're doing a physical attack, we'll just go ahead and armor up. Yep, the armor up was a good idea. You lived through that, huh? That's upsetting. Kindly die. Thank you. Definitely running out of supplies again as well. Yeah, all these doors are locked. Wait, I can sneak into this one though, through the roof. Fresh salmon. And Volcano to Kirby, so that's another one of his combo abilities. Not really one that's particularly good or super useful, I would say, but it is one. Chest right there. It was another cell key. And it's a Medusa. Okay. I was anticipating another merman. Wasn't really expecting a Medusa down here. Like, I was expecting, like, merman, mermaid, not merman, Medusa. Not judging, just mildly confused. Oh, nullification. Just get rid of all the things that I have. You know what? That's fair. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, you know what? Well played. Literally an ability called Stun Lock, huh? I'm very glad you chose the only person you couldn't actually paralyze with that, by the way. Very kind of you. Please do that again. This one is definitely easier to kill than the merman. A little bit. But I think it's because its abilities aren't as directly dangerous, so I'm not having to spend as much time protecting against it. So it was just waiting to use its scary move until I said something stupid like that, it seems. Don't you just love when they wait until you put your foot in your mouth to make you bite your own foot off? It also waited just long enough for Rachel's revive ability to no longer be available, by the way. Anna would point that out. And we're not far from Sailor's Raft, so... Get our health back, and let's see about getting there, I guess. We'll just head up to the surface. Because it's a raft, so presumably it's up here somewhere. This will also allow me to avoid the worst of the water encounters, probably. Plus or minus, like, a sea serpent appearing suddenly. You're just here, huh? Okay. Damn it. Sinister lurks in the depths below, huh? Do you have any idea how much that doesn't narrow it down? Also, this was relatively close to where the flesh eaters were, so he's probably talking about those. If I were to hazard a guess. Because there's not really anything directly underneath him. Oh, there's just a chest here. Okay. Beesh. And... Beesh. This is what I mean about, I think we're running out of checks that are gonna matter. Depth chasm southeast of Shodu province. We can try to check that. The fact that it's a hinted object and it's also showing us out of logic is interesting. But a lot of things in the water have been saying I can't do them, but I've been able to do them. Yeah, it's just right here. That's the other health up for Bomberman. I think Bomberman has full health now. So that's actually very good. While we're here, we may as well see about getting these. Surfacing a bit to make my life easier. Oh yeah, there's bad times down here. Boing. I got both the things before they got me. It was another cell key and another undersea crab, so it wasn't even worth it. But we got it. They couldn't stop me from getting it. Go, Guaba, stop them from hurting me. The shank sharks. Definitely nowhere near as interesting as the street sharks. Things no one's going to get for 500, that. And yet you chose to say it anyway. But you know what? That's my life, isn't it? Saying things no one's going to understand. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured was going to happen. So the power reduction was definitely a good idea, and so was the armoring up. I just needed to do a lot more than that to survive these guys. Especially considering they're not particularly bothered by any of what I've done yet. Blind them so that snipe doesn't hurt. Oh, and he buffed the one that went for snipe too. Yikes. Refresh the stealing wind. Stuff doesn't help right now. I feel like a barrage is coming, so let me not revive somebody who's just gonna get bodied by the barrage, let's say. Oh no, it's a snipe. Well, I should have went for the revive as it turns out. We killed one of them. Unfortunately, we only have 2 fighters left. It is admittedly our 2 more stable fighters, so we've got that going for us. Especially dodging the barrage. Oh, Veracity's still active on you. Give him the old bleed slice. Bleed that shark dry. Oh wow, did it just a regular ass attack, okay. Going for overload on himself. He's almost dead. So hit him with another armor break. Oh, I don't have coup de grace ready. Damn it. Ow. Get countered, idiot. We did it. We killed the super sharks. Okay. We got away with getting those undersea checks. So it's surface over here. So there's a check to get, eventually. I don't know why I didn't get this before. It being the Tower of Zot, I suspect I know why. And it's the fact that I couldn't reach it. And it was at a point where I was like, you know, I'm just kind of not gonna bother with that idea right now. That cave there, we went in already. Because it was, I want to say it was too high for getting to from the tower right here. So I just kind of immediately went, I don't know, I got no idea. And then just didn't bother with it any further. I think I didn't want to climb the tower again after I missed the jump or something. That sounds like a me thing. God damn it. This is exactly why. Oh, for fuck's sake. I love that I could make the jump with the thing that should be harder to make the jump with, but I couldn't make the jump with the easier one. Yeah, and you were the one that gave me the dervish thing. Can I get up on this ledge? I can. That might be reachable with the owl, actually. It is. I think this is where I got stymied, like, okay, where do I go from here? Nothing around the corner there. Even if I made it up onto that ledge, it wouldn't go anywhere. Anything here? No. The stones just make it look like there might have been something there. Let's not worry about that right now. Let us instead go back and restock our supplies for one, because we have lots of money to restock with. Yeah, we can even start just carrying a stock of Z potions and Zethers just freely. We got plenty of revive stuff, so I'm not too concerned about that. Carry a full set of ethers, full set of potions, some more scrolls, in case I actually start using those ninja moves more. Honestly, we'll carry a stack of the 100% revives too. Why not? And we'll fully restock on tinctures, because even 20 MP is significant for us, considering our high MP bar is like 300. It's not great, but it's still a good thing to have. Because one tincture is 3 ethers. Or I should say 3 tinctures is 1 ether, rather. I had that backwards. I had the right numbers in my head and then said the wrong ones. We've picked over this map pretty hard at this point. Let's go back here and see if I am supposed to just, like, walk into the castle to go fight the Astley fight, because I think I think the lock is on Astley's throne room, is what the description said. Oh, yeah. These two are sitting here on the bridge now. They weren't here before. Orchard and Little H. Sorry, boys, but I've got a place to be. That place is past you. So you gotta go. Orchard's already basically dead. Steelheart first, just in case any sort of shenanigans. Yeah, Orchard just didn't even get a turn. We just shut him down hard. And neither did Little H. So I assume that means I'm at a point where I'm supposed to be going in here then. Because those two weren't there before at any of the other times we tried to go into the castle. At least that's what I'm going to interpret that to mean. Re-raise. I guess grab Thawed Heart, even though I'm never going to use it intentionally. Blink always evade physical attacks. Oh yeah, I can also get just like full party re-raise this way. Affects living and dead targets, so it'll also bring back the currently dead. That's an incredibly powerful summon, which is why it's the most expensive one. I did not read Frostbite properly. The next instance of ice damage will result in an instant kill. Give me that. I have ideas. Considering our Nomad has ready access to ice damage. You can already picture the shenanigans in my brain on that one. Save again, just to not have to spend those points again if the game crashes or anything. Thing is, we never saw a door that was, like, locked from us or anything. So I'm worried that I have to, like, get further down in the castle somewhere. Like, down here. Which is gonna mean getting past Parasite X. Which is why I'm theorizing that I'm too low a level. Because it would make sense from a game design standpoint for Astley's throne room to be all the way at the bottom of the castle. Or it's in here somewhere. Considering Castle Sequoia chest throne snacks right there. Which that implies the Rampart Demon's what's in the way? Either of those two could be true. But it could also be a case of you gotta go down to go up. So either of those could be true at the same time. Now, a curiosity question. Nope. Salmon cannot go in lava. Yeah, these are blue flames for us now. I want to say the last time we were here, they were more dangerous than that. But I'm not really 100% sure. God damn it. I need to wait for that particular mushroom to come by. Because we need to get to that upper right corner, which involves getting to the upper left corner. In order to get to the upper left corner, you gotta go to the bottom left corner. And then go through the mushroom tunnel here. Through this tunnel here. And then ta-da, you're at Parasite X. With still a dark purple flame, so that's probably not great. But we're gonna give it a swing. Now, we fought Parasite in the trials, But this is Parasite X. It's better now. Can I paralyze you for the memes? Apparently, bosses are just not immune to status effects, like I keep assuming they are. So that's good to know. Like, I figured they'd be immune to some of the nastier status effects, but clearly that's not true. And I should just stop assuming that. And the problem is, I don't know what that attack's gonna do. In case it isn't a multi-target, go ahead and taunt it. Oh right, it's not even an attack at all, it's the summon. The Funkers are only just under 4,000 hit points, so they're not terrible. And considering we have the summons to do lots of damage with, that's okay. Let's preemptively put Re-Raise on Alea, because Alea is the most likely one to go down. I'm curious to see if this will work. That there is no realistic world where this should work. But if Frostbite works on Parasite X and I can just instant kill it, it would be hilarious. It did not put the effect on it, so that wasn't gonna work. And they just murdered Tau for it. That's what I get for getting curious. And wait. Nope, it just cast on the next available target. And you don't have a revive. You have healing, but you don't have a revive. You can, however, therapy stance, which apparently is not instant, so that's annoying. Thought stance changes were immediate. But I guess maybe just not that one? I'm not sure. The fact that its health bar has not appreciably moved is very worrying as well. What I probably should have done was focus the Funkers down first, because they are doing a lot. We do still have a chance, though. We have Re-Raise in play and all of that. Just worth my while to retarget. Or we're just gonna get put to sleep. Never mind. And there's the Shroomy Leer to burn the Re-Raise. Yeah, I feel like this is just over. Okay, he'll at least die. Dream Feast only works on people that are sleeping. Both of them are attacking you. These are self-only abilities, otherwise I would push the targeting. Rachel does still have a turn of Re-Raise left, though. So we're not out of this, we're just, you know, practically out of this. Down goes Cornelius. Now we're out of it. Now it's fucking over. Without having burned a move on an attack that didn't work, though, I think that's still viable. Though the fact that we did all of that and didn't move its health bar to pink does concern me a lot. In fact, here's something I'm gonna do. Where is the throne? At the very top. Reach it, you'll need to navigate through the castle's dungeon and ramparts. Okay, so I am right. You go down and then up again, it seems. Okay. That is what I was assuming, but before I put in the work, I wanted to make sure I was on the right track. It says through the basement and the ramparts, so I might only have to get past the rampart demon. Because we have the rampart key and the access to the ramparts. Rampart demon is obviously shown as too strong for us too. It may be less of a problem. Depending on what its moveset's like. Also not sure what defeating the Rampart Demon will do for us, though, I will admit. But it being a dark blue flame instead of a purple one is potentially a good thing. Yeah, this is single target magic protection, and he's going to be doing area magic, I do believe. But we can paralyze him and keep him from doing that. Shut that first turn down. It's only a 1 turn difference for that. Go ahead and just go for it. Yeah, he's gonna do the same move, it looks like. I remember this guy doing a lot of instant kill, I seem to recall, because we did come up here and fight him once before, trying it out. But that was a while ago at this point. Oh no, he just has fire breath. Ow. Well, we have an answer to fire breath. We didn't have it active because I forgot which move he did, but we have an answer to that once we lose this. Is we have fire protection. We just didn't have it active because I didn't know what he was gonna do. Considering the amount of damage we did and his health bar has not moved, though, I'm very worried. Fire Blast. Is that all he does? Does he just do nothing but fire attacks? If so, he might be in trouble. Yeah, he does fire and physical, it looks like. Okay. We can definitely work around that. Feeding Frenzy and Bone Crunch together. That's a yikes. The defense buff. He's gonna go for the fireball again, though. So we are definitely SOL here. Really only matters if he's going for the AoE again or not. And he went for the AoE. Joke's on you, we're not dead yet. Nah, 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 nah. We are so fucked, but I'm going to twist the knife as long as I can. Just to see how much we can hold together against him. Leia's now dead, and Rachel's now dead. There we go. Still, if he can't hit us with fire damage, a good, like, half of his attacks stop working. So that's worthwhile to consider. The entire problem is, though, I don't know where we go from him, but we'll figure it out. You see, the answer to his fire damage is Blackout. We are now immune to all fire damage. He is too, but we don't do fire damage. So he's just at a straight disadvantage. And that imparts upon us extra setup time as well. Yeah, counter physical damage with electric attacks. Counter any damage with ice attacks. Go ahead and shrapnel armor. Go ahead and get healing breeze up. The burn is still present, which actually I should have done Steel Heart first, so she'd be immune to the burn, but it's fine. Okay, he's going for physical attack next, and I can't stop him from doing that. It's only 3 turns of re-raise, so don't use that yet. Now, let's see. Everybody still has Blackout up, so I don't need to worry about that. Go ahead and just hit him with the Paralyze when the time comes. Go ahead and harm power so this physical attack that's coming out isn't going to be as bad. Yeah, it's Feeding Frenzy. She lived through it, which is exactly what we needed. Now the Paralyze comes out so he doesn't get his next turn. Steel Heart stance. Now start working on healing everybody up more. Fresh all the dots. May actually be better to flip to Mind Stance, so that her resistance plays against those physical attacks, because the fire attacks, as we mentioned, aren't going to matter that much. Okay, go ahead and just hit him with it, because we're not going to be able to hold those dots on him for much longer. He's casting a spell. That's gonna be Fire Blast. We could actually reflect that. So you know what? Let's hit him with his own Fire Blast. Though it's... Actually, yeah, because we removed the... Actually, no, we didn't remove it. He just has enough turns that Blackout wore off on him, but not on us. So if we reflect it, he'll take damage from it. So that works perfectly, actually. Stealing Wind again. So no matter who he throws that Fire Blast at, it'll bounce. Nobody else needs healing at the moment. Go ahead and go for a Chill Blast. Boing! Enjoy 1,000 of your own damage, dum-dum. Now he's gonna Feeding Frenzy again. He's mad as hell and he won't take it anymore. Joke's on him, though. He is going to keep taking it. The amount we've done here, and he still is not in any form of real danger, is very concerning, though. Let's not start passing the re-raises around yet. Instead, go ahead and taunt him, so you can take the Feeding Frenzy. And when it comes time to pass around the re-raise, the best person to put it on probably be Tao, so he could then use Eustace to bring everybody else back. Go and hit him with Pamoa, because we'll have extra ice damage right now. Oh, that was Bone Crunch, not the other one. That's fine. Still better for her to take that hit. And yeah, did not get the instant kill range from that either. Veracity buff. Okay, he's down to pink health. Rachel pops back to her feet. It does seem to usually be quicker going from pink to red. He's gonna go for Fire Blast. We can counter it with Blackout again. Is that cast to go off before his does? Building AP before I do anything else. Yep, there's the Fire Breath getting countered. Okay, we are still in business here. Alea's magic is running out, but we have AP to use for her, so she still has something she can do. Howdy, Charlotte. How's it going? And with Executioner so we can get the extra AP. He's throwing a fire spell, which is just going to immediately get nerfed. You have enough power to keep doing things, so go ahead and Star Flare him. Ink. Okay. Considering the situation as it stands, go ahead and get a re-raise on Town now, just in case something goes wrong. Get that bed hedge out there ahead of time. Your AP up. And the Icicle Barrage. He's down to red. And with another Star Flare then. This is actually a really good fight at this point. But it's only because we have the ability to just completely nerf his Fire Breath. That was not enough, huh? That's a shame. There's the Bone Crunch. Ta-da! Re-raise is doing such a good job for us. Good try, Charlotte. Good try. I respect the attempt. Okay, Tao's already burned his re-raise, and another physical attack's coming out. It's going for Leia. So go ahead and boost their defense. They'll also take it on their resist instead of their defense. Another Star Flare. Got him. Let's go. That's the Rampart Demon down, and we got a Duril. 290 attack, 40 extra accuracy, and 10 defense piercing. Not bad. And it was just a scroll check. Well. So defeating the Rampart Demon did not actually, in fact, do anything for us. Can I actually land on these this way? The answer is yes. So this is really what killing the Rampart Demon did for us, is got me the ability to climb these pillars, I guess. Because otherwise he would be harassing me the entire time. I did not mean to go out that way. I know the ads are playing, but let's be real here. This is not exactly the hypest gameplay, what I'm doing here. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and get this out of the way. But I won't touch the... Didn't I touch this already? I did. Because I climbed up here already, I do believe. I need to get higher. Well, shit. So killing the Rampart Demon was completely pointless. Huh. The thing is, we know that we need to go through the castle dungeon, up the ramparts, and into the throne room. And we know the throne room's at the top of the castle. So I assumed, like, okay, maybe I need to get past the Rampart Demon. Because that would make sense. The Rampart room we got into with the Rampart key also similarly did not matter in ways that are somewhat suspicious. But what I'm pondering is it's entirely possible that because of the way this is randomized, those rooms would ordinarily matter, but do not under the circumstances we have now. I also forgot to recharge our magic after that encounter. That's on me. So I have like no AoEs to use here. Go ahead, you can just beat her up all you want. She's literally immortal right now. Heal her back up to full, because there's not a lot else Tao can do with the amount of magic he has right now. Alea, please. Damn it, Alea. Well, it's not like you had any magic to use right now anyway, but still, god damn it. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss much. I'm just trying to cross the ramparts to check the rampart room again, because it's bugging me, and I'm curious to see if there's actually something there that I just didn't spot. Or maybe something changed now that the Rampart Demon's dead. Because if I have to look up a walkthrough as to where I need to go through this castle to do the fight, I will do it. Because we have all the jobs we need to trigger the final battle, I just need to be able to get there. And I was assuming that I was able to reach it, but considering the situation, I'm starting to wonder if I'd even be able to win the fight even if I could get there. The problem logic-wise from there being, I think I'm out of progressive levels out in the world too. So I'll have to actually like do the raw grinding, which makes me question the layout of the logic. Because even with an RPG, usually the logic of an archipelago leads you to everything you need to complete the game. As in what you absolutely have to have. That said, what you absolutely have to have would then be the bare minimum to do the thing. So it may also be that there is a certain strategy that would work and would work better that I'm not accounting for. Like, this room doesn't have a whole lot of anything going on in it. And the ceiling's really low, so it's not like there's any secret panels in the ceiling. What I'm thinking is, in normal gameplay, you probably get the Rampart key from the Rampart Demon, which gets you into this room, which gets you another key from here, which probably lets you get further into the overall place. And that's probably why the Rampart Demon would ordinarily matter. But because of the randomization, the Rampart Demon ended up irrelevant. Aside from being more experience for us, which is good. You need all the experience we can get. I tell you what, actually, I'm gonna do a thing right quick. Is, having said that I have no more progressive levels left, I'm now questioning that. And I'm gonna pop open the text client to hint for progressive level and check that. Because we've done more than enough checks again to be able to credit that. Invalid slots. Son of a bitch, I typoed it. I forgot that it's case sensitive. There we go. I've been bereft of Fireball, unfortunately. The enemies are throwing Fireball at me, not the other way around. Apparently there's a progressive level in the room with the conscript? But I got those checks. None that are any good. My best attacks are generally Thunder. Though, well, I have Flare, which is decent enough, but not enough to deal with most things. Oh yeah, there's another diamond in there. Nope, just basic bitch Flare. That's the best we got. If there's a progressive level in there with conscript, I need to go back in there and find that. Down the tram tunnel we go. So if I grab this progressive level, this might be enough levels to make the difference. Just gotta run down there, not get caught by conscript, and grab the item. Because we cannot fight conscript right now. He is way too beefy. We go back into the murder tunnel. Oh, it's literally right next to him, too. That's why. God damn it. I was sneaking up and didn't get to it. I'm literally just gonna give that up because I know I can't win that fight. We've already tried that fight before, and it didn't go well. I'm just not gonna burn the time fighting him and losing again right now. I think I have an idea. It's gonna be finicky, but most ideas I have are finicky, so that's not really a surprise. Debatably. It's a better idea than fighting conscript. So that depends on whether that counts as a good idea or not. Oh, yes, it can. It can definitely get worse. I can have plenty of worse ideas. Yep. I need to land very precisely for this idea to work is gonna be the problem. The idea is to fly in high enough that his targeting doesn't trigger, land right next to the item and grab it before he kills me. He's going to kill me. Like, that's a guaranteed thing. Good question. It's just called Conscript. And it just lives down here in the corrupted Continental Tram Tunnel. Why is it there? I don't know. It's big, nasty, awful, and I would like to seal the hole that it's in, but I want the thing that's next to it, so... it's a problem. Could try baiting it a bit. Problem is, boss flames are really fast. Like that. You'll notice how slow he started, and then he suddenly hopped across at me. They've got like a pounce with boss flames. That's really annoying. And the area is not exactly favorable for me being particularly sneaky and getting him stuck anywhere. Which makes nothing but sense. I have another scheme, though, and I don't know if it'll work, but it's probably my best bet. Not the Ibex, the owl. And it's back to, like, sneaking up on him, basically. God! I got stuck on a ledge. Plan worked. But it didn't because the goddamn model's too big. Most frustrating thing. I literally just need to grab it. It takes one input. Literally just one input landing where it needs to, and we'll have the thing. Stupid goddamn ledges are like half a mile wide when you don't want them to be. Here we go, down the tunnel again. Just want one stupid fucking thing. Yeah, but some things are better about it than others. This is just more of a problem right now. See if he's actually pursuing me. No? No, he chose not to. That's annoying. Fucking ledges! I can't tell where I am in the room half the time either because the room is dark, dingy, and red. And everything just kind of blurs together in there. So I can't tell exactly where I am height-wise or side-wise to tell that I'm lined up with the ore. Or to try to grab it. Which, for those wondering, ordinarily, that ore pile would not be particularly important. It would just be material to make better gear out of. Which would not be vital to our success. Progressive level, kind of vital to our success at this point. Since most things I'm encountering that are a problem are because they're over my level, I have to assume. And is the conscript fight theoretically possible? Probably. Am I really interested in trying to fight that thing? No, not really. Ah, that almost worked. I keep ending up on that stupid corner ledge, though. Which, I have to assume that they did that on purpose. So that people can't do exactly what I'm trying to do to just thief everything out from underneath them. Since this is a game where death has no consequences, aside from dropping some money. People would just be able to filch any items out from behind the boss and leave. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, not part of my 96 gold that's sitting there that really doesn't have a use anymore because I bought things from every shop in the game basically already. Not my 96 gold. Ah. What a tragedy that is. Oh no. That was the one. That was the angle. That's exactly what I need to do. I hit it just right. But I tried to move away from him because I didn't expect to have hit it. I just need to do that again without fucking it up now and we'll have it. Actually, do I want to make Cornelius into something other than a ninja for this process? Because we're not planning on fighting that thing. So Cornelius doesn't need to stay a ninja. Hang on, that gives me an idea. Is part of the level up from this will also be learning points? So do I want him to pick up anything? Is there any passive abilities that'll be useful to him? That he'd be able to get to? Actually, maybe. If I turn him into a Valkyrie temporarily, for this purpose, he can grab Auto Revival, which gives him a 6-turn grace period on dying. But oh yeah, you don't really need Smokescreen. Your evasion's high enough, you don't really need that. But you don't really have room for it, because actually Crippling Coat will be more useful, because that stacks with Coup de Grace way better. So that's not really the move. So, actually, no. I don't think I have any reason to worry about changing him into anything, then. Because he's going to be continually using his assassin secondary abilities. And he needs to keep ninja at this point in order to keep his dual wielding. His dual wielding isn't a passive you can pick up and carry over for any other classes. So yeah, never mind. I have no reason to bother with that. But it worked out because it found him another debuff to stack with just every attack. Which is 2 more debuffs to add for Coup de Grace. So that's good. Got it. Doesn't matter, you lose. Goodbye. We didn't gain that many raw levels. I think we only gained 5, but notice everybody has 8 or 7 learning points that have the abilities to learn now. So not super exciting for my Valkyrie particularly. But this does mean my summoner can pick up more things, for example. So he has more summons at his beck and call. Which will probably be basically everything except Coyote. It really is a word that gets used a lot, isn't it? Get Drown and Shimmer Tide, and now all that's left is Frenzy Stance for mastering Nomad. Yeah. I mean, whatever gets hit with a Coup de Grace does die, this is true. Go ahead and get rid of Inner Warmth, you don't need that. Attack Focus instead. Okay, that having been done, We mostly just have better numbers now than we did before, and I'm hoping that that's going to be enough. Because even with everything I've done, all the checks I've gotten, I apparently didn't have enough points to hunt for any more progressive levels out there in the world. And there may be more, because there's all this reservoir stuff over here that involves a hinted out check. Which mostly involves getting here, which... There's also the whole draft shaft conduit stuff, too. Oh, I do have access to Glen Peak. Hang on. That might be how I get to Draft Shaft, then. No, I think I've been down this tunnel before. Yes, I have. Damn it. I hate when I have an idea and then it's just because I forgot that I've been here before. Man. And that's not suddenly in logic. Oh! Drone snacks are shown as being in logic. Those levels were enough. According to the game, I can beat Parasite X now. All of this stuff is suddenly lighting up on the board. So there is another boss down there that is still not in logic. But that's okay. Let's go make this happen. Even if I can't get the game completed today, getting through most of Castle Sequoia means we will be closer to finishing. And then we'll more than likely be able to finish up most of it tomorrow, if not all of it. So that still works. Okay, back in Mushroom Land. Just gotta wait my turn. Ride along over here. Riding along in my automobile. Let's fight the witches while we're here, because we have lots of resources, and we do need to start farming experience more, clearly. And killing these will be a good indicator of how well we can handle down here anyway. Let's see, you do magic for the most part, so Steel Heart so you don't burn. And then Healing Breeze to counter any burn for anybody else. At first they make us more vulnerable to fire, then they set us on fire. And it hurts a lot. What I really should have done was cast Blackout so we could stop the fire attack from hitting at all. But I was a little overconfident thinking we could just take that at this point. They're worth a solid amount of experience, though. That said, based on how that went, I don't think it's actually going to be worth my while to keep fighting those. There. Go through here. Hi, Parasite X. You're still purple. I don't like that. I don't like that you're still purple. That's usually indicative that there's still a big problem. Just pondering any last-minute changes to make. Why do you have the red hairpin? Just realized you have no reason to be wearing that. I had to have had some goofy thought in my brain. Oh no, I just quickly grabbed an accessory so I could pass the hemo band on to Cornelius for the arena, that's why. So you've been fighting at a disadvantage like this whole time. Go ahead and take your hemo ring back so you have additional lifesteal. Immune to sleep will be good for this fight, so you're fine keeping that. The mana ring, I don't know how much matters anymore, but what can you even have otherwise that would matter here? Float is a thought, but I don't think it really would matter. No, I think I know why she still has just the 16 max MP, and it's because everything else we have sucks. So no, I think you're just making do with what you got. Go ahead and take the better sword, though, I guess. Because the defense pierce might be nice. Alright, let's do this. Gotta defeat the refight against the parasite. Apply buff for 2 physical hits evaded, so that's not even on a timer, that's just you dodge 2 physical attacks. Go ahead and cast Tira right out the gate then, yeah, why not? That's 2 free physical dodges for those that are much more vulnerable to physical attacks. That will be incredibly good. Only 6 turns of re-raising. It's not worth setting up that right now. He's gonna summon on the first turn anyway. So actually, for turn 1, go ahead and go into Berserker. Just attack. Get your AP started going. What we've learned, though, is these need to die. Because their attacks are actually, like, hella dangerous for us. So let's go ahead and go for Shaku. Yeah, thankfully their early attacks are going to get dodged for free thanks to Blink. Go ahead and get armor up for after that stops working, though. Go ahead and coup de grace one of the Funkers away immediately. And get the follow-up on Parasite, which is perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Layer the other Funker into Oblivion. His Shaku also gave them all Spotlight, which makes them vulnerable to fire. Which is all according to my cunning scheme. I'm having to put a lot of work into this thought. But I've just got to really hope that the plan works. And not burn all of Tao's MP too fast. Which is the other problem. And you can't cast quick enough, otherwise I'd have him just go for the Blind of Isk to prevent Parasite X from hitting with the attack it's about to do. I also could have just gone for Pamoa and had Alea start icing the Funkers away. But it's only a 50-50 chance to apply the Frostbite. Still good damage anyway, though, so go ahead and do it. Because that might actually be why the Frostbite didn't apply to the boss before, is we lost the 50-50. Yes, it's actually on there. It didn't work, though. Oh, immune to instant kill anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it was worth a try. He'll take bonus ice damage, so it'll still work out for Alea anyway. My cunning scheme, foiled by game design. Nah. Go ahead and hit him with a bracing strike because it'll do a lot of damage. That will actually remove the ice thing. Do I want to do that then? Yeah, just go ahead and taunt him. Let the boosted ice damage happen. Oh, he's going for Spore anyway. And it got removed, so none of it mattered. Sad. Go ahead and flip to Mind Stance. Yeah, go ahead and hit him with Water Blast. He's probably summoning now that he tried to use Spore. Which he did succeed in using Spore, annoyingly, but... I don't really want to use Pinga right now, because even though it removes all debuffs and it'll wake them up, we don't really need the healing. I think what I'll do is I'll just wake Cornelius up directly. Rachel can stay asleep for now. Go for Executioner, get the AP boost going. Yeah, his Dream Feast just hurts Rachel a bunch. Rachel can tank that and be absolutely fine. Problem is he's not holding on to any of those debuffs for long. You don't really need to do anything fancy, just cure that. There's Dream Feast again across the group, and Rachel's dead. But Rachel's back, which is the other reason for the cure spell, is I kind of figured Rachel would die and rise again. Tremelia, which Cornelius can't dodge. He can dodge the basic attack. It's down to pink health. We're making progress. Since those debuffs don't last long, it's better just to coup de grace and move on. Get Stealing Wind back up again. Let's go for the Paralyze now, so to hopefully prevent it from summoning. And buy us an extra turn. Yeah, wait one more turn, build up to the better spell. Just hit him with Water Blast for now. The existence of all these summons are probably part of why I'm allowed to do this fight in Logic, is the fact that I can just kind of stop it from doing a lot of its attacks. Speaking of Utsumi, he'll now avoid that attack when it comes out. You flip to Defender. The problem is, what do you do? Actually, yeah, give him your AP. More important on him. He'll dodge that attack for free. I don't know if silence works on him, but you know what? For shits and giggles, let's try it. Yeah, Thunder casts a lot faster, so go ahead and cast that. It'll do less damage, but the speed of which it casts is worth it. Go for Veracity, so you can stack the debuffs longer, ideally. It's in red health. We have a chance. It's in red health and silenced. Cornelius has all the AP he needs to start doing nightmarish things to the enemy. Get the Stealing Wind back up in case he does manage to summon. Okay. The summon isn't a spell. I kind of figured it wasn't. Really hoping that was gonna be enough. Just throw another summon then. Fuck it, just hit him with everything we've got. If we can kill the parasite, we have this. It's gonna be close though. His Tau and Alea are both basically out of power. Okay, parasite's down. And the Funkers are both blind. So their first attack this turn isn't gonna matter. I don't want to get ahead of myself and say too much right now, though. Is the last thing I need is to speak too soon and have this turn around on me. You're out of juice. You just got nothing left now, Tau. You did a great job, though. Tau basically shut this fight down. And he's the reason we won this. 100%. He's also dead now, but, you know, he did his part. That's kind of his whole thing on this team at this point, is to burn very bright and very powerfully, and then die. But that's Parasite X down. We did it. Oh, we just get dropped in a hole immediately. We also got a Sai from that, so that was a progressive dagger. And oh hey, we found another lost penguin. So yes, that they are in fact more penguins out in the world somewhere. Okay, good to know. You need one more point to finish. You are out of summons. You just need to pick up the 2 passives now. So honestly, he's probably staying summoner for the rest of the game. Summons are just too fucking good. But he also needs to keep his white magic around. So I think Tau is kind of set in stone, just like Cornelius is set in stone now. Rachel's probably set in stone as a Valkyrie as well. Alea is the only one who I think has room left to keep changing. I just don't know to what. Probably to Warlock next. Which is in some ways going to be a downgrade, but an upgrade. And really is what Alea should have been from the word go, but we didn't have Warlock until recently. Hit him with Guava straight away, paralyze them. We have enough MP items that we can just kind of hit everything with paralysis straight away. Oh. That's what they mean by activate. Don't like that. I like even less the fact that it gets that gaping maw around the eye. That's upsetting. Get that off my screen. Of course, now the other one's gonna do it. Just hit him with everything I've got. I want him gone. Get him off my screen. Thank you. Oh, it's another one where you're warping around. Okay. They really like their teleporter mazes in this castle, huh? Oh. You. Neo Warden. Okay, so that's a refight against the Warden. Who we kind of trashed the Warden back in the prison. I'm worried about how the refight's gonna go. Ooh, evasion up too, huh? Extra agility per turn is nifty and all, but I think that extra evasion is worth it. It is only a 2-turn buff, though. The counter is too good, and the damage increase on the Wakizashi is just too good. Maybe I stop using the Bloodbind, though. The lifesteal's not holding up with the situations we've been dealing with. Especially considering I'm not having her attack nearly enough to make use of the lifesteal. So I think setting up burn for Cornelius to use is going to be more worthwhile in the handful of times she attacks. The alternative being going back to some manner of weapon shield combo. Yeah, I do need to defeat the refight. I kind of figured. Okay, so you're doing physical attacks right off the bat, as expected. So blink right off the bat, then. Just shut down your physical attacks immediately. When you do start breaking through the blink, we'll go ahead and get stealing. Nope. Oh, you were gonna steal MP. I'm very glad I stopped you from doing that. His MP's the one thing I can't readily get back. Okay, you're doing more just physical attacks. We still have blink up, so... What summon do I want to do next? Or do I... No, actually go ahead and do a Star Flare. Yep, here comes Harvester, but everybody blink dodges that, so we're fine. Harvester's the thing that's going to be scary here. Which is why cycling and the stealing wind matters. Bed Hedge. Let's start getting re-raises out. Because we are relying on defense now. He's not blind or anything at the moment. But we can get a nice long-lasting power down on him, too. There's the MP arrest. So Alea's MP is gone. I'm glad I cast that spell when I did. Get a nice, powerful coup de grace in there. Probably Harvester coming out next, so let's go ahead and hit you with the... Oh, it's gonna be too slow no matter which one I do. Damn it! Curse you, timing! That's okay. Go ahead and hit him with the blind anyway. Wait, why did that have a 0% chance? He's floating. Oh, that's such a letdown right there. That's about to be such a shame. And I can't rotate back to his turn to fix that either. I just did a major misplay. I should have assumed that was gonna be a thing, but I just didn't even think of it. Does it still blind him? It doesn't. It just misses entirely. Well... I was afraid of that. Do I think he's doing another AoE? That's the important question of the day. Does not use the turn, but still needs to charge. That's why. These do need to charge. That one's not going to need to charge long, though. So do that. Do a bit of healing just to be on the safe side. Alea herself would probably still die, but it secures everybody else living, and she has re-raise on her right now, so she's safe. She's going to hit the floor for a moment, but she'll pop right back up like nothing happened. I'm gonna do this just in case. I have a feeling that attack's gonna have lifesteal. That is pure gut instinct there. Oh, retargeted anyway. Oh, it was just an MP arrest again. Which is annoying. Can't say that it isn't. Because that reduces the amount of summons I'm going to be able to get off and into the fight as well. Wait a minute. These say they can only be used by the party once per battle, and yet none of these are disabled. I just realized. Like, this one's disabled. I guess maybe it's because it didn't work? Huh. Well, you know what will work? Paralyzing him. When in doubt, break him. Down to pink health. Just keep generating lots of threat. Honestly, just keep hitting with coup de grace whenever everybody else sets up debuffs. There's Plague Spreader, which really hurt. There's the re-raise, though. This is the point where I use Useless. It'll put everybody back into good shape, and it'll give everybody re-raise to use. It's a full heal for the whole party, and everybody gets 3 turns of coming back to life when they die. There's Blood Spiller. Really hurts. If I had more power, there's definitely things I could do. Actually, yeah, go to Therapy Stance. Speaking of things I can do, do a Healing Spring to push off some of the bleed damage. Hit with an Armor Break. Big coup de grace. There's the red health. Unfortunately, Tau is just tapped out of things again. Comes the Plague Spreader damage, but that's what re-raise is for. AoE Healing Spring. Probably not going to be enough, but it might. Cauterizer. That's different. I think if it weren't for the re-raise, we would be in major trouble right now. As it stands, I think we are still in big trouble. Yeah, that's another AoE. Okay, 2 out of 3 dodged, and the other one came back to life, though. Yeah, you didn't get enough MP back to do anything big. These are both going to be immediate. That one does more damage to it. Oh, that's heartbreaking. We were so close. I think just one bad roll was all it took to lose that one. the amount of MP we lost and things like that just all kind of chipped together to make that not work out. We were so close. I think I know what I need to do to win that, though. You know, aside from the obvious don't die. Not dying is always step one. Having to go all the way back is a little annoying, but, you know, it be what it be. Heck, you little shit. Ah. I got impatient. That's entirely my own fault that I fell off there. You really want a piece of this, huh? Understand that you wanted this. Which, admittedly, I can see why you did. Ow. Goodbye. Okay, Alea is now Master Nomad. There's nothing else that can be learned from the Nomad class. Which brings out the question of, like, okay, where do we go from there? Is it even worth swapping into Warlock and trying to pick up any of those moves at this point? His double cast would be very good. But the main thing I think would be getting Refresher for her to get even more mana back so she actually can keep going longer. And another ability that allows people to be revived would be good to have too. So I tell you what, we're gonna go back up and make that change. The Nomad stuff was nifty, but I think I'm keeping... Well, I don't know. I don't know which way I want to go with that idea yet. You take Future Sight. Oh yeah, you can't wear the red hat anymore to get the refresh that way. Spell Lifesteal it is, then. Oh yeah, because you don't need Equip Wand or Equip Staff. You really don't have much to do with your passives at the moment. See, the thing is, her black magic does a lot of damage. But her abilities as a nomad were very useful because they were working outside of needing MP. And I think that's going to be the key here. Is I can also use Therapy Stance combined with the Warlock heal. Technically, I could actually combine Therapy Stance with the... Cleric heal, too, if I wanted to go that route. Just use Curin across the party. All you have is a basic bitch heal right now, though, is the only problem. I don't know if it can be... I know it can be made to retarget even while locked on. Okay. Just curious about that. Precision nuke. Ow. Oh, it's just precision nuking twice. Okay. Good thing I moved it to the one who has revive. Ah. That's a big yikes. That's a big yikes right there. Especially considering its health bar is barely moved, it's a bit of a problem. A bit of what's commonly referred to as a problem right there. And this is just like a regular enemy, not even deep in here, I would like to point out. These are the things I was dodging in the entry to this place when we first came in here before. Really makes me glad I dodged them, because, wow, these things suck. But I was trying to get Alea some Warlock points. In particular, I wanted Scan. Scan is going to be very important, because it'll give me an idea of what I'm dealing with for bosses, health-wise, which will be a game changer for us. Because if I know how much health the Neo Warden has, for example, I can plan much better around what to do for killing it. Because the more I know about what I'm getting into, the more I can plan. Battles are won and lost on information, after all. Alright, the witch isn't there anymore. Are those witches just one-time encounters? Because there was a witch on top of that platform there, usually. Unless she just, like, flew off straight into the lava. Yeah, because that one's there. Let's see what happens if we kill this. See if it's just no longer there later. Now, one downside to our current setup is we did lose access to Flare and to Thunder, which is a pretty hefty loss. That's 2,000 damage in a lot of fights that is no longer going to be happening. Situations like this being a point where it's kind of important to have had that. All the water bending in the world really ain't gonna do a damn thing here. There we go. The fact that we're coming out of every fight in shambles really is telling. And I know the ads are running, but I'm just going back down to where we just were, so it's not like y'all are gonna miss much. Gonna be a lot of just fighting the same things we've been fighting and just praying we don't get screwed. Go ahead and silence him before he gets a chance to do the thing he's trying to do. So he's not gonna live long enough to have a problem with that anyway. There we go. I honestly should probably go out of my way to be fighting more of these at once. Oh, not at once, but on the way is the better phrasing. There we go. Get whatever this is while we're here. Ether pouch. Didn't figure it was gonna be anything exciting. Tonic. Watchman. Turns out I'm the one who watches the Watchmen before I kill them. Yeah, you can definitely tell I'm getting tired when that's what I reach for. We have been going for 5 hours at this point, so we're probably wrapping up before too long. Oh wow, he just kind of exploded. Huh, that works out. Oh, you just got an instant thunderbolt. How nice for you. And by that I mean, well, fuck you, buddy. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We're just fighting things down here still. You didn't miss much of anything. I found a couple odds and ends that were more or less meaningless, an ether pouch and a tonic. We have shed loads of money, so I could just buy all of those that I could ever desire anyway. So I had a realization just now. This tube that I landed in can take me over here, where there's more prizes. Gold heart for Bomberman, which only matters if I was actively playing, because gold hearts are full heals. Another red door key. Why are there so many red door keys? How many red doors are there? Apparently a lot. Now, for those wondering, I am purposely farming these Watchmen because they're pretty easy to kill. Just doing the same loop over and over again. In the hopes of getting Alea learning points to pick up some of the other Warlock abilities along the way here. Because without those abilities, I will freely admit Alea is going to be way less useful. But there is potential for Alea as a Warlock to be a lot more useful. The real play would be actually having Alea be a Warlock with Black Magic as the backup. Is that will mean that Alea can double cast Black Magic spells, I think. Actually, no. It specifically says mixed magic only, so no, it doesn't matter. Never mind. Ignore me. That idea doesn't work. More regular levels, though, will be big for the whole party. Fun for the whole family. What are you? Okay, you're just more Watchmen. You just happen to be operating in a different spot. I was curious about that. Between the burn, the poison, and the bleed, they just take so much just free damage there. This move doesn't particularly matter. There you go. Go ahead and get the 20% MP boost, I guess. Honestly, he's not using like half of these effects. Like, he uses preemptive and fast cast. Doesn't really get that much out of... Well, no, I guess he does use this, theoretically. So, no, he doesn't really have room for MP boost. That's a shame. You would arguably be the one who would have room for MP boost, and you can't get it. I don't think we've gotten you enough... No. You need 2 more for side grade levels of Summoner to get that. Which 20% more MP would be very good for you to have. But unfortunately, you don't have access to, like, anything that gives you more MP without having equipped book. Probably grab the attack spells, I guess? No, because one of the main things you want is the MP healing. Then again, we do want to go for double cast too, though. Set up for getting double cast sooner rather than later, then. This is also going to be an important test of how strong those attack spells actually are anyway. Which is important intel for us to have for determining whether Warlock's going to be worth it in the long run. It's also interesting as far as paralysis goes against bosses, because it just clicked in my brain. It hasn't been resetting their pattern. They just move on to the next move in their pattern if they get paralyzed out of a move. Which is an interesting thing to think about. The reason why that's interesting is the fact that that then means if you know a particularly bad move is coming, you paralyze them out of that move, skipping that step in their pattern, and then they're forced to continue the rest of their pattern until they come back around to it. Putting them at an incredible disadvantage. So from a strategy thought process, that's actually really good, and let's lose 50% less threat a turn. I read that wrong at first. Unfortunately, you don't have anything I'd be willing to give up for losing less threat. You have a really good setup here. I guess Grudge, because you're not really using your AP that much anymore. This way you retain more of the threat. It's a good idea. You don't really need Stalwart anymore because you just get back up when you die instead. Which, 2 points don't really give you anything though, so we'll just go with Fury and Stalwart. Because a lot of her other things are just equip this, equip that, and you know what doesn't matter? Equipping any of those things. That matters. Just taking a quick swing through to see if she's got any low-hanging fruit in the passives department she could quickly grab. Yo. Good point, though. Does anybody have any passives they could grab for the points that they've been earning on the side here? Medical dagger. I know, let's get you equipped wand. That'll be the best. Haha. Actually, yeah. Do you have... No, you have no points on... But you do have natural tank. Why did I not see that? Oh, there it is. It's just a 3-pointer, and I just kept skimming over it. Natural tank is an idea, but... No, that's better for larger quantities of enemies, and we don't really have that big a problem there. You have 5 points of ninja. Smoke screen is a potential thing for you. So he doesn't just get destroyed by the first thing that swings a physical move at him. What do you give up for it? Probably preemptive, honestly. Because you going first is not the most vital thing anymore. Let's try that out. Guaranteed physical dodge for him could actually be a big game changer in terms of his survivability. Now the question is, do I change my order of operations then? This fight. Also, you don't really need the awake ring for this fight here. What do I have you use instead? The Protect Amulet would be worth thinking about if it weren't for the fact that by the time the attacks start coming out, that's not going to be a thing anymore. Honestly, put the dodge charm on. It might actually save his life. That may sound absurd, but it might work out. There's a world in which that actually works. Okay, Neo Warden again. Start with Veracity this time. So we've got time to set up. Get a scan on him. How much health do you have? 25,700. Okay. We actually did really good to have done the vast majority of that much health then. I'm actually really happy with that. Oh, okay, you can't do your guaranteed immediate cast thing. That's what the TT means. That's not great. That's a problem. Because that means the first physical attack's guaranteed to go through freely. Which, thankfully, Tau will dodge that. Oh, and it's just MP arrest first anyway, so actually it's probably better that that goes through for everybody other than Tau. So actually that's fine. Because Alea's MP costs are really low at this point because of having changed classes. So that's not a huge ordeal for her, and everybody else's MP is not as big a deal. But dodging a Harvester and I believe the next one's Plague Spreader will matter a lot more. And set him ablaze. Is the idea with Alea's attacks at this point is going to be more just keeping those dots active than it is going to be dealing any direct straight hit damage. Now the problem with setting him on fire is admittedly the fact that Rachel already does the same thing. First coup de grace for 3,000. The first 5,000 health, give or take, is already gone. Let's see. Next, we hit you with... Unfortunately, none of these go faster than you. So your next move's going through, but that's fine. The blur takes the next attack just fine. So I think next we paralyze you. Yeah, you MP arrest, which gets dodged. Wobble blocks the next big attack by paralyzing. I need to make sure not to free him from that. Because I could accidentally free him from paralysis coup de grace, which would be horrendous on my part to do. And with Maim Sustained, it add just all the bad to him. Go ahead and magic up. Armor break. Don't do any of these right now. Go ahead and just go for a Star Flare this turn. Oh wait, no. He's currently going to be able to do his next attack. But if I go for blind... Oh right, I can't blind him. Right, he's immune to that. So that's an issue. Everybody should have enough health to tank the hit right now, though. So go ahead and Shaku. Because at the very least, this way we'll do more fire damage. And you may as well go ahead and coup de grace now. This way the damage down can be applied safely. And it won't get lost. Icicle Barrage will be good right now. I technically could have set up a fire skill, which might have been better. Oh, you fucking missed. Rachel, please. I should have went for the armor ability instead then. But it's okay. You get an immediate spell off. Go ahead and full heal and give everybody re-raise. Because you'll cast that before he gets his move off. If you're wondering, yes, the Spotlight was just a stack up for coup de grace. Because we don't have any powerful fire moves really anymore other than Shaku itself. So it wouldn't have made that big a difference. It's down to half now, so we're making progress. You don't have enough AP to do both of those. But if we reduce his resist first... No, because... Well, yeah, it'll be fine. He's gonna get a turn before Alea does, though, so that resist isn't gonna matter, so we'll just eat it for coup de grace damage. Which still brings it down to its last layer of health, which is good. Everybody's got the re-raise up right now, so if they do die, they just pop right back up again. Now is where it starts getting tricky to do things with Tau, though, because I'm down to Tau's lower end of mana. So it becomes a question of like, okay, what do you actually do now? And I think it would be better to start Star Flaring. Or at least do a Star Flare so there's more MP left. You'll also heal right after getting hit with Plague Spreader this way, which will help keep Tau in a better spot. You go ahead and do Stealing Wind now. Get everybody's health back up a bit, as well as giving some protection. You'll still get Therapy Stance off, so go ahead and do that. Now, this will heal for 69, and this will heal for 518. So yeah, go ahead and Healing Spring. It also saves MP, so that's good. You go ahead and hit him with a Harm Power, because one of the two will land. This way Blood Spiller is as weakened as possible, which worked out great. That would have otherwise kind of stung. You only really need to heal yourself. Refresh the Stealing Wind to finish topping up his health and fix everybody else. He's down to 8,000 hit points. We can make this work. Go ahead and do Bloody Slice instead. The dot damage will be more effective. And bringing back the poison on the counter is great. This is basically your last move here. Go ahead and cure in yourself then. Because you're the one who needs the health badly. Now everybody's gonna run out of MP is the problem. Like, this is the problem. He's down to his last 4,000 hit points, but we're starting to run out of everything. Honestly, I think removing his burn might be the move here, as it raises Cornelius's odds of living longer. We need to hit him with this power down, though. Okay, you landed the power down. That's fantastic news. Yep, because I knew that was gonna hurt. Die. Let's go. That came down to the absolute minimum of what we had, but it worked. The plan was a success. See, those are the fights I like. I like when it comes down to the absolute last dregs of what I have left, but it was because I prepared the moves correctly that I won it, not because the enemy just happened to not use its dangerous move. Is a pattern I can work around and a pattern I can plan for will always make for a more interesting fight than a boss going random bullshit go at me. In terms of strategy. In terms of it just being interesting to see what happens, random bullshit go can be very good. Like, there is a split there. And both can be important strategies and important methods for the bosses to use. And it all, of course, depends on the kind of game you're playing, too. Okay, so the boxes are in between these two rooms, not in either room. Okay. That's what's here? Ice Munchers? Huh. I have to assume they're strong. They definitely have some good defense. How much health do you little bastards have? Not that much. Okay. Well, perish then. I do, however, need to fix the passives on Tau. I forgot about that already. Okay, you hit decently hard. That's upsetting. Yeah, their claim to fame seems to be that they're really fucking durable. Which is, in and of itself, very annoying. They also get healed by ice. Which, see previous statement of really annoying. Stack a lot of dots on him, he'll die. Muncher was gonna heal, and he's not allowed to do that. I refuse. Ow! Why must you be like this? I mean, sure, I just blasted you with a lot of very powerful magic, but why you gotta try to kill me with ice, huh? Why you do this? Rude. There we go. All is right with the world. You're dead and I'm not. Problem is, that's a lot of points to get to that. Like, that's the flaw with getting into this setup late. This block has to go up. There's a gap for it to go over there. This one goes back this way, and I ride it here. Is that's the extra thing to this one, is you have to ride the blocks around wherever they're going in a lot of cases. So those are clearly just, you have to set those up. So you can't really follow those in any way. Though I've realized there's a problem. I can't leave. So I'm assuming my salmon can't swim in the black goo, yeah. It's expected. Even if I did like a wicked jump, I don't think I'm getting out of here. So I have to reset those blocks. But do what with that information? What? Yeah, that block needs to be there so I can recover by going here. I guess. And then ride back over here. What do I do with this block? Oh, wait. How much do I bet it goes through the teleporter? Nope, it blocked the teleporter. Well, would have lost that bet if I took that one. That's a real big problem, because now I can't go through here. Means I probably have to reset this all again. So where does this block go then? Oh, it goes up. Okay. But how the fuck? Wait a minute. If it goes up here, that means I can't ride this block across. But I don't need to. I only ride this block across to get here. So, order of operations. I shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna push that, actually. That was a bad idea to push that. Though, actually... I might be able to make a really wicked Ibex Owl jump. If I was just better at these controls. I think this might be physically possible. Getting around that corner is the problem, though. And this is further away, so I don't think this works. This is a very big trust the process move. It's like, at regular height, I get so close. So you would think if I could get extra height, it would do better. Unless maybe... Kintar? No, the Kintar doesn't really get any distance at all. All different than the bird. Yeah, I think I have to take the reset there in order to get out of here. By going here to go here. What a weird setup this is, though. We no longer need this block. So let's push it over here, actually. Pop that up there. That up there. I don't know what this is gonna do where it's going. And presumably that's gonna matter at some point. Oh, you've got to be joking. You're telling me I need to make a bridge across all of this in order to get to Akamanto. That's what this is you've got to push all of the blocks up to these ledges so you can make these jumps. And I've got basically all of them in place except one. So where does that one missing one come from? Is it this one? So how do I make that one go there? I assume that's why there's these two spots side by side here, is you have to get one up through that right-hand slot up. I feel like this is a doable jump. It is like inches away from making it. Problem is, with these blocks in place, you cannot... Oh. That one just goes up there like that. What do I keep doing with this block normally that gets me in trouble there, then? Huh. This needs to go up there. I don't know what this does, but it's clearly necessary. And how do I get back out of this position? Like, I feel like I have to do a series of resets just to get back out of this position. This block is necessary to do that. That lets you go up there. The one that you push all the way across. But why? Hold that thought. I think I need to pursue that idea. Right quick. No, this just goes here. Huh. That just goes there and tells you to go fuck yourself. Okay. Infinitely less helpful. Like, I feel like I have 90% of the puzzle solved. Because all the blocks are in place up there now. But how do I get back out of here? Like, was I supposed to do that and then somehow remount that block just that quickly? Is the block that goes to the right is a red herring? Yeah, that's theoretically doable. If that's the case, that's fucking dirty. But I'm willing to believe it. That seems real. Because you can move through this pretty fast. I just need to make sure I have all the other parts in place first. And not just get my fucking head stuck on a random block of this fucking game. Like, the fact that some of these edges are a little bit bigger than they look really is the absolute worst part about this game. Is it makes moves that you need to do quickly inconsistent. Other than that, this game's fairly flawless in its execution. Something's getting executed. Fuck's sake. I'm falling apart now. Come on. Now is not the time. Don't you love when you're lined up with something and the game says no? I almost fucked it up by landing on the button. That is so fucking strict. Though, actually, since this block's unnecessary, why don't I just use it to get back? Oh, but there's a flaw in the plan again. I'm supposed to fly from this block back. Not land over here. So now I either try to blindly land on this platform, or I reset the whole fucking thing and do it again. This puzzle's a ball ache. That's the move. You don't have to rush. You just use the questionable, the one remaining block that doesn't make sense for having any other purpose to do that. I was gonna call it the questionable block, but it's not questionable at all. It's just a question mark as to its use. Wait, what is this ping? Why am I getting... Who the fuck are you? I'll deal with that later. Oh wait, no, I think I know what that is. That's actually a good thing. Okay. It's just one of those things where something happens with such delay that you forget that you arranged something. Oh. Fucking caught it by pixels. Good lord. All of this just to get to a boss fight to proceed. Good lord. The run back on this fight's gonna be a bitch. Like, Like, that's just disgusting. So I gotta make damn sure I'm happy with what I've got on right now. I think actually you're better off putting the Nomad's emblem on so you get more mind to boost your healing. Because honestly, the 15 extra attack I don't think was making a damn bit of difference. Alright. Which, considering we only barely scraped through the previous boss, I have very strong concerns, but maybe this will be better. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a refight against you, the spirit from the one area, whose name is escaping me right now. The ninja area. Place that I fought like 4 ninjas in and just bodied them one after another. That place. So he's gonna start using ninja moves. Making a nuisance of himself that way. Yeah, because he's got guaranteed dodge up right now against physical attacks. The good news is a lot of what we do isn't physical attacks, so he can suck it as far as that goes. Get set on fire, loser. Let's go ahead and play by the same playbook we usually do. Paralyze him. And get Steel Hard up ahead of time. Stealing Wind. I'm getting the armor up too early, probably. We almost certainly could get away with not doing that. Doing that to burn just some of his dodge chance, though. I keep forgetting that isn't a per hit thing. That's how many turns he's got that protection for. So our chance to hit him is just, like, generally bad right now. Make it matter more when your attacks hit. I know I just gave up the stance she was already in, but I thought about it more. Going for coup de grace here does not matter because you're more than likely not going to hit. He's floating, so Earth isn't going to matter. Go ahead and try to put Fire Seal on him. Nope, missed. Missed twice. Okay, you Death Sentence Tau, that's fine, because Tau can just remove Death Sentence. Fuck you. Neener neener. Useless move. Now he's going for a magic attack, so let's harm magic on him. Just keep him burning. I should scan him at some point. See just how much health this bastard has. Okay, we got a laundry list of debuffs on him right now. But hit him with Shaku. He's gonna Cold Embrace, which hurts Rachel a lot, but that's okay. I was hoping the Shaku was gonna go off first to add Spotlight to the debuff list beforehand, but it's okay. That'll be good for Renewing Blaze, though I want to scan first. Okay, he's actually gone through a good chunk of his HP, so that's really good. He's gonna renew his dodge, which is annoying. But honestly, he's not that dangerous, is the funny thing. As long as you can keep ahead of his death sentences, he's not that dangerous. He's just kind of annoying. Just do the happy healing circle. The big play here, if I do end up having to redo this, would be to paralyze him off of doing his dodge boost. Because if he can't get his dodge boosted, he is so much less of a problem. Yep, here comes Death Sentence again. There goes Mend again. Is the problem he's gonna have is I've got somebody who can cast Mend like 80 times and not even bat an eye at it. And he's not gonna live long enough for me to need to cast it that many times. Like, a setup like his is something we are actually prepared for. Keep his attention on you. His Cold Embrace doesn't kill you. Nice, hitting him twice under those circumstances. Let's go. Actually, yeah, silencing him would be nice. So I think it's gonna come in at the wrong time, but it's okay. Also, the really good thing about this mixed magic, you'll notice none of it has cast times. It's all instant, which is huge. Go ahead and hit him with a resist down. It's down to pink health. There's not really anything you can do to protect yourself against the attack that's about to hit you. Go ahead and just AP transfer Cornelius so Cornelius can keep doing all the nasty things he does. You lived on one because of Stalwart. Though she has been stopped, it looks like, which is annoying. Good coup de grace. There's the death sentence going out on Rachel, who has 1 hit point. You know what? Sure. Go ahead and do that. That's fine. That one doesn't matter. I'm not even going to bother to heal that off. We'll just revive her after the fact. Don't really know what you were thinking with that. Like, that's your big move, is death sentencing the one you stopped, so it even takes an extra turn for the death sentence to happen. Seems kind of silly when you put it that way, doesn't it? I guess I could also go for a Pinga and remove the debuff that way, while also getting the health back. Yeah, because he is about to throw another spell at her, so sure, why not? We'll do it that way. Bing. Oh, that caused him to retarget. But that triggered critical turn, so that's actually not a bad thing that happened. Because that just gave him back another turn. Which is a good opportunity for you to just cure in yourself. Keep renewing that fire on him. Get that laundry list of debuffs back up and running. Yep, go ahead and death sentence Tau. Oh no, so scary. Anyway, gone. It's kind of fucked up, but it's funny. It's like, hey, all those scary moves you're doing, yeah, what if none of them mattered? What if none of those moves you did mattered at all? Down to his last 5,000. Yep, you're gonna go ahead and death sentence Tau again. I actually should have put re-raise on Tau because I think the timing might actually backfire on me here now. Yeah, because he dies to Cold Embrace. Ain't that irritating. Let's not fumble this now in his last bit of hit points, shall we? That'd be really awkward. Goodbye. There's a fish. Oh, it's a timer fish. Wait, how does this work? Oh, okay. I don't understand. Also, heal up. Right, I'm almost out of resources because of all the times I've had to redo the other parts. Right. That could become a problem. Like, thankfully I've got some tricks up my sleeve still, but that could become a really big problem. Good news, Master Summoner now. So that's nifty. Pick up Remedy, so you have debuff removal now too. You just need 2 more points before you master that. I really don't understand what we're doing here. I feel like this is a gimmick I would have figured out having gone through Jamba properly, but because I missed part of it, I don't understand what's going on here. And I keep forgetting to fix your turn order problem. So you can't just, like, guava things before they get a turn. And bullshit it that way. Frost, to add that to your list. You don't have enough to fucking coup de grime, though, which is annoying. That timing would have been perfect otherwise. Oh, die to Pamoa then. Oh, bye, Rachel. Welcome back, Rachel. So that seems to be the key, is don't bounce. Like, at all. Oh my god. This kind of sucks. This whole situation down here kind of sucks. You have, like, no leeway time at all. You fuck up the movement at all and you're in trouble. Versus Nitro's Mazone for Bomberdrak. That's very important. That's another, or one of Bomberman's boss fights that he needs to do to get checks. Oh. What the fuck are we doing here? Oh, I see. Parkour! Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking fish parkour over here. These are neat. They kind of suck, but they're neat. Ah. I feel like I'd be much more enthused by these if I was less tired doing them. Oh my god. You gotta jump the gap and land on a damn flameling. You're gonna soil this for me, aren't you, buddy? You're just gonna foil my plans immediately. Especially if you kill me. That would actually be really annoying. Could you not do that, please? be such a tragedy that I get like all the way through here and then I'm out of mana and out of everything and just can't claim victory at the end because I have no supplies left. Because that's exactly what's gonna happen here. We're gonna have done all of the work, done so well, and then tragedy at the end because of that. I can pretty much guarantee you that that's what's gonna happen at the end of this line. And it's going to be so sad. I recovered, but I got robbed anyway. Okay. That was a very tight jump. Jesus. Game? Come on. Don't do me like this. Haha! Salmoncello calls a royal salmon. Does that mean I can just, like, go through lava now? No. What do I need the royal salmon for? What's the difference? Also, I want everybody to take a moment and look at what I've done here. What I just realized I did. I did the segment backwards. I was supposed to go to the left, go down, around, and through that whole obstacle course to get that chest, and instead I just took one corner and made it. All because I swapped to the owl right as the fish disappeared. Oh, I love that. I love doing things like that. It's my favorite. What do you mean you wanted me to do it a specific way? No, fuck you. I'm doing it my way. Oh, but I do have to go back that way, though. So let's go the proper way now. I need to get past that T-junction and go south. These fish controls are fascinating. And I say that only partially positively, just to be clear about that. What the fuck? And I freely acknowledge that y'all are in ads right now, but this is not that interesting to be doing and redoing in my opinion, so I'm not really worrying about it. Kirby invincibility candy. Okay, doesn't matter. What the fuck? Now that explains why it's called Bounce for Your Life. Huh. We're in a goddamn pachinko machine, but it's upside down. Learned ability MP Sickle. Okay, well, we got another scholar ability by cheating at pachinko. Whee! But yeah, part of the reason why I'm not stopping for the ads right now is because it is getting quite late time-wise here, so I'm trying to just make the most of my time now. And a lot of this I don't think would be that exciting. to watch compared to the actual fights themselves at this point. Castle elevator has been powered on. Go to throne room? Yes. Please tell me there's a save point in the throne room. That would be incredibly kind of them. So, oh, because the elevator's powered on, we can actually just go back and forth, I think, freely. Hopefully. Yeah, because now it goes back down. So I tell you what, since we're in the ads, I'm gonna test that. Yes, I can go back to the save point, and the hole is still there. Let's go restock on items, refill everything, and then it's time to potentially beat Crystal Project today. I'm getting a full restock because in case we fail a few times, or we have to do anything else along the way, it'll be worth it. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I went back out to Nan's watering hole to restock because we did activate the elevator, and it looks like I'll be able to go freely back and forth now. So this way we can fight at full strength, rather than kind of limping along to the final battle. So as you can see by the map, we did get to the top. Now to see if we can beat the final fight. Having not even used the upgraded fish, I really don't know what the upgraded fish is even meant to do. I'm kind of disappointed that the fourth mount is just another fish. I was kind of hoping like an infinite flying mount or something ridiculous like that. Yeah, we drop all the way down the hole, land on the elevator, and go up. Up, up, up to the throne room for the final battle. The fight against Astley. I'm assuming Astley and their party, more than likely. Go steal your snacks, though. There's nobody sitting at the throne. Quilted hat from yourself. Huh. Cow doesn't do a lot of spell attacks, so that's debatably worthwhile, actually. No. The hat dipped in blood. Shouldn't Astley be here? Do I need to have had all the Astley encounters leading up to this? Did I miss an encounter somewhere and now it's not working? Well, this is a hell of an end point to that, huh? I'm the king now. Huh. Because I have the requirements to unlock the throne room. I have all of the jobs. There must be something left unfulfilled. I don't know what to do now. Huh. This is a problem. This is a problem for a lot of reasons. The first reason, obviously, being we can't actually do the final battle if our final opponent is not there. That's problem number one. Problem number two is I don't know what conditions I have not fulfilled. Part of me is tempted to just count it and release Crystal Project. That feels kind of bad for all the work I've done. It's like I even got up here properly. I didn't sneak in. I could have hopped over the walls if I'd gotten to that part of the ramparts. I activated the fucking elevator. Is it because I left? Because that would suck. Huh. Wait. I shouldn't be having to do the true fight. I should only be having to do regular Astley. I'm wondering if I just, like, missed encountering Astley somewhere and now the chain is broken. Because apparently, according to what I just saw, it's normal for Astley not to be here in the throne room under some circumstances because you have to go find them in the new world. But that would be the true final boss, not the regular one. So where do I fight Astley? Did I go into the throne room completely pointless? I might have fucked this up completely. I may be going about this completely the wrong way, and I may not have had to do any of what I've done. So you know that Land's End area that I've kind of skirted around hundreds of times? Just time and again, just happened to go around Land's End and didn't go in there? What if I told you the fight I might have needed to do was in there the entire time? So everything I've done here today may in fact have been pointless. What bugs me is the Land's End boss is the owlbear. Nothing over here mentions Astley at all. But let's figure out how to get up to Land's End, I guess. The curse of playing something for the first time and randomizing it because you decided to be a fool. None of this is the game's fault, by the way. Absolutely none of this is to be blamed on the game, because this is absolutely my poor life choices that are causing this situation. Like, can you say that the game's pathing is a little weird? Absolutely, but it would be completely fair and reasonable if I wasn't doing everything in a wacky order, too. I kind of suspected something special was up at Land's End because of the way it was just, like, completely enshrouded in spikes all the time. And, like, the worst to get to of anything ever. So, in hindsight, it makes perfect sense. I really should have checked there a lot sooner. And I could still end up not getting what I'm looking for this way. Oh hey, it's you again. See, especially considering they're all waiting here in ambush again, that kind of indicates that this is the right path. So I'm probably over-leveled to shit. Door permanently locked due to storms. The entrance is prohibited. Okay. Bold of them to assume that I care about doors anyway. Now, I assume Land's End is also going to be pretty dangerous, though. The fact that all these flames are gray does tell me that we might be a little over-prepared for this. And it's probably going to be primarily just a platforming challenge to finish the game. And I will feel slightly bad about that, I will freely admit. Oh hey, these are some of the things I flew out to get earlier today, actually. Ironically enough, because I was like, I'm probably not going to end up going to Land's End. I know there's a couple things that are useful over here. Let me just go fetch them. And lo and behold, I actually needed to go here. I didn't think it was going to be that interesting to watch me have to fiddle about with all these spikes, for example. Especially since this segment had been something we'd flown to previously anyway. I'm like, it's not gonna matter. It'll be fine. Lo and behold, oops, it actually does kind of matter. Which in hindsight, with a name like Land's End, it also is yet another kind of hint there, huh? Because it's got, you know, big end of the line into that. Yeah, Brigandine. Okay. Enable equipping sword, axe, or spear regardless of current class. Interesting. Armor that lets you equip a different weapon. That is an interesting thought. I would not have considered that to be an ability any of those armors would have had. Artisan pages. That sounds out of date. Not completely, but definitely by comparison. Potion. Where am I relative to where I want to be? Answer: nowhere near. The way this area is layered around is kind of annoying to look at on the map. I suppose it's its own statement that I ended up playing way more of Crystal Project than I needed to, because I was enjoying myself. Because that is an honest statement to make. I was enjoying this game enough that I ended up doing way extra. I was just enjoying exploring the nonsense that is this game. But it's also true that I just completely beans the goal because I didn't know what I was doing. Let me stop jumping early. One up for Bomberman. That does somewhat matter. Summit Shrine. Whoa. Okay. I'll play like that, huh? I'm assuming I need to go up to the top, probably. Point to all of this down here. Oh, different way in. Whole other path around the side. Okay. Is there a hole here? Yes, for unsuspecting fools like me to fall in. And it's another way around. I've had so many times where I've not realized what I needed to do for my goal. I can't think of that many times where I've ended up like way overshooting what I needed to do for my goal. It's usually I've not done enough. This is a very unique experience to have run into. Diamond ingot. No, now we're just right back here again. Okay. Oh, there's the owlbear. Give me a scan on this. How strong is it? That's still respectable. 17,000. Nothing compared to the 25 and 30,000s and such we've been fighting, but, you know. And I suppose we can certainly say I've made this more exciting. Up till this point. Oh, wow, this thing still hurts. It also removes lifesteal, so that's a thing. Which, that is a thing to point out, is this thing is still a threat. Like, don't be mistaken, this thing can still be a problem. This is a tanky boy. Couldn't blind you so whatever you're about to do doesn't happen. It hasn't even taken its turn yet. It just kind of looked at us for a moment there. So that's interesting. So I'm gonna end up wasting the blind, but that's so much damage. And thanks to Smokescreen, he dodged the Hyper Crush anyway, so it didn't matter. Reinstate the burn. Stealing Wind up. I thought for a second it was summoning, and I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean you can summon? That's supposed to be my thing. It's only cute when I do it. Owl's Minuet. And Stone Skin. Huh. Okay. Not sure what either of that... Well, I know what Stone Skin usually means. It means it's going to be really annoying to hurt now. Go ahead and put Blink up, since it's doing physical attacks again. Looks like it's added a ton of variation to our damage numbers. Jokes on him. Dots and such don't seem to have much variation. But hit you with Shaku. We're not gonna have enough for a coup de grace, but that's okay. He's going down either way. And I didn't mean to rhyme that, but it happened. Oh wait, we have enough. Never mind. Goodbye. That took some work, though. It still got done smoothly, but it took some doing. And a super strong katana is our reward. Okay. That's nifty. And if we don't get a Astley fight anywhere up here, I'm gonna be concerned. Martial Vest. Egg. Oh, that's where the owl would have been. Okay. Maybe the fight I dodged was the fight where Astley would have appeared? Hang on. Let me look this up again from a different angle. Oh, there's actually like a nifty map here. Let's see where I'm supposed to be doing this. It may very well be like way further down, or the beginning of the area or something, that I missed the situation. Unless I genuinely like have to trigger every encounter with Astley up till this point for them to be here. Then again, I'm at Summit Shrine, not Callisto Shrine necessarily. Though Callisto Shrine's apparently not monitored by anybody, so might be the same thing. Apparently I'm supposed to be running into Ashley's party like the whole way up. So I guess maybe the way I went just didn't have them appear? I am steadily more confused rather than less, honestly. Oh good, a disabled HUD for Bomberman, hooray. And a tonic. Okay. What a weird situation to find myself in, that I'm having trouble finding my final battle. And not in a way of it being randomized somewhere. Let's go deal with the ambush. Maybe that's what the problem is. Hey, kids. Edgemaster, huh? Sure thing, buddy. Forgot to fix the pacing problem again. Oh well. Anyway, hope you all enjoy being paralyzed. It's gonna be a real shame for them. Oh, and it also nearly killed their whole party. Well. Down goes Edgemaster. I might be toying with them slightly at this point. That's because these are the exact kind of people that I take delight in destroying. Is they prey on people they think are weaker than them. So it's delightful when they get crushed. Completely and utterly. Just take that arrogance and slam it straight to the floor. Lookout token. Is it because the door's locked? I don't have a means of locking that. There's also just a hole right here to jump through anyway. So it's not like I did anything fancy by jumping over. You could probably go through that gap with a Kintar. Huh. Oh, hey. Found a bunch of random checks, I guess, so that's something. Which leads back around to the overpass. Okay. Ah. Astley's not in the throne room. Astley's not here. Yeah, it's all as a result of me making a sub-goal to play 5 games blind for an archipelago, and lo and behold, the consequences of my actions have come to fruition in that I cannot figure out how to trigger the first fight with Astley. And thus I cannot complete the seed. Welcome in, statue. Hopefully you're doing well. And based on the phrasing, I'm assuming you know something about this game at the very least, so if you have any insight, I am open to suggestions as to what might have gone wrong here. No amount of searching is helping me, it seems. And I don't know if I'm asking the wrong question. Get the right answer. I'm running out of even things just on the map at all to do. Astley's not in the throne room. Astley's not at Land's End. Meanwhile, I'm gonna double check my YAML and make sure that there's not something screwball-y going on in there. Something I may have just, like, misunderstood. That's fair. Yeah, because my goal is just... Oh. No, it is what I thought it was. Okay. God damn it. I had the right answer in front of me, but I was looking at the wrong question. I do need to do the fight here. I misunderstood. I thought this was where the true Astley fight was. This is why there was a problem. Is the wording of throne room implied that it was the Castle Sequoia throne room. And therein lies the problem. So I've got to do a whole thing here too, then. Yep, Astley's Keep over there. We've been here a little bit, as we were in very abrupt danger from the things that were here. Case in point, with the exploding happening right now. Which admittedly we're probably overleveled for this too, is of the fundamental misunderstanding that happened. But, well, so be it. There's nothing really to be done about that at this point. We will be taking casualties from these explosions because I just cannot go faster than them. Reminds me, let me fix the passive problem here. His preemptive is actually better than I thought it was. Losing smokescreen will be unfortunate, but speed. Nope, still can't go in the lava. I still don't know what the point of that is either. Is this high enough jump to get up there? No. I've been up there before, but I'm forgetting exactly how I got up there. Way further back, and then I climbed up and then swung over in some way, shape, or form. I know Astley's Keep is above, so... It's not high enough, huh? Alright. Easily fixed. Yeah. Now, I saw that the Castle Sequoia chest is supposed to give you the New World Stone because of when I was checking why he wasn't in the throne room to begin with. So I knew that that's where it was supposed to be, but I got misdirected by what I was looking at when I looked it up because it mentioned a fight in Land's End. So I, of course, went to Land's End, figuring, oh, there must be an earlier fight with Astley in Land's End that I was supposed to do as my final battle. Thus getting my wires completely crossed. That's where it all started getting messy. And like I said, the phrasing of it being the throne room you need to clear. The castle is a logical progression point, but clearly, if you're intended to go through the castle first, it's better that I had done that anyway, so I can use that as a benchmark for whether I was strong enough to do this anyway. But now that we're on the right track, we can get this done. Weird that it's saying so many of these things are, like, barred and unaccessible. Oh, hey, there's my luxury key that is not gonna matter by the time this is done. Way to go, Archipelago. Love that for me. Yeah, there's no purpose to doing that. I thought maybe there'd be something I could sneak up to by doing that. This game has been fascinating to do in Archipelago, I gotta say. Oh yeah, there they are, just hanging out here. I mean, if they are in fact all level 60, I'm actually still a lower level than them. So that will make this interesting. Yep, you're real fast, so are you. Okay, even though they're visibly the early classes, they do have secondaries and better classes. I kind of figured. This is gonna be rough. I'm absolutely certain of that. They don't have any outward healers, so I don't have anybody to prioritize first in that regard. Ride is not going to be the choice to target first because Ride's going to be the most durable. Chloe might be one of the most threatening. It's Chloe or Astley themselves that's the biggest threat here, I would say. Just at a glance. Talon's got the dodge rate, so that's not really a good choice. I'm going to focus Chloe first. You don't need to heal anybody other than yourself. Just do that. Get Stealing Wind up as well to block some of the damage. Once they are unparalyzed, we'll see about getting Blink up to block another chunk of their attacks. Yeah, you're gonna do cover, which is fine. There's only so much covering you can do against summons. Oh, you've got support magic, so I was right in choosing you. Get Steelheart up in case they start doing bleed and nonsense like that. Let's start getting a feel for how much health this lot has. You covered against Scan. That's an interesting move. That's an interesting interaction there. I did not expect that to happen. That also means, though, Coup de Grace is going to be useless because Ride's probably going to cover against it. Actually, no, cover is only a single target, isn't it? I didn't really use cover that much, so I'm trying to remember how it works. Defender stance makes sense, yeah. Okay, all of our dodging's starting to run out here. 2 turns to cure everybody. That's not really relevant, though. Just position cure thyself. Keep getting scans out so I know what's going on here. As I mentioned, I was making very sure to not blame the game here because of the fact that it was randomized. That obviously will make things more confusing. And they just focused Tao down straight away. Well, that's annoying. Because I don't think Alea has revived yet, so I think we might be out of this one already. I should have been taking this slower. That's on my head there. But I misjudged just how strong they actually were going to be. You only have Remedy, you don't have Revive yet. Well, I have to do this the hard way, and I was just thinking about putting Re-Raise on Tao as well, to give a bit of an edge in case I made a mistake like that. Well, doesn't matter now. Nothing for it but to just move forward and see if I can pull this off down a party member. Because they'll be down one here soon too, but theirs have a lot more health. Yeah, that's about what I figured, is now they're gonna all stack up on individual targets. It's interesting that Chloe keeps targeting somebody other than the rest of them are. Like, I'm not sitting here doing active aggro management either. But it's interesting what their targeting is doing. This may mean that I'm still gonna have to put this fight off till tomorrow, though, because being almost 7 hours in now, I'm definitely running out of the brain to be dealing with things like this. Which is how that fumble happened to begin with. Yeah, you're going back down, but you'll get right back up again. You're preparing to heal. You're not gonna be able to do that faster. I don't know how much you're gonna heal. Okay, not too much. That's fine. But I'm betting that cover went to her. Unless Ride seriously just only protects Astley. Oh yeah, that might actually be exactly what's happening there. Now there goes Alea. Now goes Rachel. Cornelius is now having to do all the work again. God, these low rolls are the worst. At least kill one. There we go. Okay, let's try that again with significantly less fucking it up. That would be good. Also, go ahead and master your class. I'm probably not gonna end up using that. The worst thing is, I had the capacity to have learned life. I literally had the points sitting there, but I'm like, I'm gonna finish the game. I don't really need to worry about grabbing that. And then it all went wrong. Considering the nature of what they are, do I change Alea to something else? Because she has other things mastered that may be more beneficial than Warlock. Because this feels like a fight that's going to end up going fast. I have an idea. I actually have an idea. I don't know if this idea is gonna work, But I have an idea. Go ahead and keep your water bending. Yeah, that's fine. 'Cause I have a trick up my sleeve. I don't know if that trick's gonna work. But I have a trick up my sleeve. Because the thing is... Oh wow, you still get a real lead on us, I just realized. I still can't actually get too much of a first move here. Well then, rather than going for the paralysis, go ahead and get the blink into play first then. So we're gonna need that more. Yeah, Chloe has 10,000 hit points. Still probably the best choice to take first, though, between having support magic and probably still the lowest HP pool out of the lot. If I were to take a bet. Is like, Astley would be a good starting choice, but Ride guaranteed covers Astley. So that means you have to get through Ride's HP pool to get to Astley. Your next best choice then would be Talon otherwise, and Talon just doesn't seem worth attacking. Out of the batch here. Purely on the basis of what they've done so far. Obviously, there are other things they have in their pocket, I'm sure, still. But the idea here is we start using Epidemic. Both for a lot of poison and the fact that it just is AoE 1000 damage. It's gonna get all the hate onto Alea again, which is an issue. But right now, Alea still has 2 Blur. And based on the lineup they have still going next, we can adjust some of their targeting in time for it to not be a huge issue. Go ahead and get Guaba going. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is Protect is going to be a turn burn there. Okay. Go ahead and get an armor break in for a moment on Chloe to help move that along, because they're going to be paralyzed long enough for me to take advantage of that better. Wait. And do that, because I don't want to burn the paralysis. Now is when your plan here starts to not be as effective. And I would assume that they are immune to sleep. It's tempting to try it anyway, but I would be shocked if it worked. Even though it's going to take a while to cast, I think it's best to just Epidemic again. Because keeping those poison ticks going is going to make my life easier. Now that she doesn't have the paralysis anymore, now you coup de grace. Which did half its damage because variance, I guess. And because of that Epidemic, you're now targeted again. Now is when we Warcry. First, we activate Defender ourselves. Keep opening the wrong menu. Let Rachel take the heat. Now we go ahead and hit them with the blind, because that'll reduce yet another option they have for dealing damage. Because that's pretty much what the loop here is going to be our best shot as, is just debuffing their ability to do damage as much as we can. Just keep them from hitting us and buy time so we can actually get the work done. Got enough for another Hex Magic, so just keep doing it. You've got some revive left, so just keep on keeping on. Yeah, she's gonna heal a bit, which is annoying, but it's okay. A good chunk of their attacks are gonna come out, and then the epidemic lands. Chloe's almost gone. Just keep throwing those summons down. Shinku next. Shinku next. Based on that, Chloe's probably gonna die, so don't worry about Chloe anymore. Switch to... Now comes the quandary that I was talking about before, is trying to target Talon just feels wasteful because of all the dodge Talon has. I feel like Talon needs to either just die by proxy or die by magic. Trying to chew through raid is gonna be an adventure in and of itself. His cover, I think, is still active. I don't think cover ever actually stops. But I tell you what, Cornelius, you still have Blur, so get Astley's attention. There's the Rupture, but that's okay. Gets wasted on somebody who just pops right back to their feet. That's one down. Astley's also in pink health because of getting strays from all the summons, so is Talon. So that's perfect. Not to mention all the epidemics, which are going to keep happening. In fact, you know what? Take the gamble on Talon. If Talon's down to pink, that's actually really good for us. His Talon is doing a solid amount of damage. And it's 1 health bar to chew through instead of 2. Rides down to that as well now. I'm going to assume the rest of them don't have much in the way of magic, else they'd be using it already. But let's go ahead and preemptively put Eustace down, get re-raise on everybody and get their health back. Gonna hedge bets a bit there. His Alea is about to get heavily targeted, and there's only so much I'm going to be able to do about that at this point. The Ride attacked that time. He didn't actually cover, so I might have actually had an opening to get Astley there. But Talon's almost dead now, so it's probably still a better choice to finish the job there. No, the cover is still active, because the counter got blocked. So I'm glad I stuck with my guns there. And do a bracing strike on you and see if it lands. Nope. I probably should just Warcried again to readjust the targeting. He's almost dead. Checkmate hurts. Yep, he's got his dodge up. That's okay. Because who says I'm worried about you dodging when I can hit you with a nuke? Down he goes. Does this feel a little dirty to do it this way and just spam them to death? Yes, but this is also what they wanted. They wanted the most potent I could be, so we brought the most potent we could be. It's kind of ironic that she's using the class she started the game with to do all this work. Shaman was the first class Alea mastered, and the last class Alea is going to have used. He can't be long for this world at this point. Leia just pops right back up. He can't keep taking hits like that. There's no world in which that works. Tau is tapped out now, which is a problem. Not the biggest problem, but it is still a problem. This is why we have all these layered protections in place. is to cover for any eventualities where any of our number can't keep doing their part. Is all Tao's got left is smacking somebody in the head with a book over and over again until either Tao falls over or they fall over. There we go. They actually went down together. Second try. Not bad. I thought that was going to take more than that. Thank you. Away they all go. And that's all of the stuff from Crystal Project getting sent out. You've reached my end and your beginning. Promise me, pursue what you know to be true. Keep interest and wonder, and don't lose sight of what has been lost. As I've always believed, with nothing to fear, that I would leave this in your hands. And there you go, there's the credits for that game too. Considering the amount I ended up doing for that, I'm going to count that, but I may revisit this in its normal form someday. At the very least, it may very well get played in an archipelago again in the future, because this was very fun to do an archipelago, as I said. So let's see what all got sent. Mostly things got found. I'm also gonna snooze these ads, because we're gonna be wrapping up after this, but the ads are coming in at a bad time, so I'm just gonna knock those ads into next Tuesday. So we can process this. Yeah, most of this was things being pulled to us. Oh, there was another progressive level, and there was another mount instrument out there, apparently. There's our Forgotten Key, there's the Callisto Stone, Skeleton Key. Yeah, 90% of these things were obviously in Crystal Project's own world at this point, because Crystal Project had like 99.9% of the items for this archipelago. There we go, there's the things being pulled from Bomberman. This is what I was interested in, is what Bomberman had left to offer. The Mercury Stone, one of the penguins, a cell key, a handful of pieces of equipment, Whirlwind and Build Life were all that was left from Bomberman for Crystal Project. And we sent out Adeline, Stone Friends, 2 Crystal Shards, 2 Adak Bombs, Fire Up, June Falls for Bomberman, Nitros Primus, Rockin' Road, and Skyroom. So we actually had the vast majority of the checks for Crystal Project done already. Like, I could have sent out a much bigger batch, probably, had I realized where my fight was, but with how close that was to not working out, I think I needed to have done exactly how much I did, as it turns out. So that actually worked out completely. Just a little bit of confusion about pathing, which, again, it was randomized, so confusion about pathing is to be expected when it's your first time playing something and you've decided to turn it on its head. What this does mean, though, is we are guaranteed to finish this archipelago tomorrow. Is what I'll do is I will finish up Bomberman Hero and Kirby 64's parts of the archipelago tomorrow, and then we will probably hop to something else, because I don't anticipate it taking long enough to be a full stream by itself. Even if I go and do every stage in Bomberman, which I may very well have to do anyway, unless we got enough Adak Bombs to do the final bit there. Which, let's take account of that, actually. So let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I think we're short 2 bombs still. Let me recount. 1, 10, 1, 2, 24, 26, 27. We are one short. And that one short is either in Bomberman's own world or it's in Kirby then, because it can only be in one of those two places. The other 3 games are now all done. That is a mystery we will solve tomorrow. Actually, you know what? I do have Bomberman Hero open. I'm not going to do it right now, but I want to look. I want to see if the light is on for that stage. I'm not going to bother switching the view for y'all for you to see it. This is going to be me just going and looking for 2 seconds. Nope, the Bagular stage is not lit up, so I am what I thought I was, locked behind getting every attic bomb, which is not what I said, but that's what happened. Once again, the risks of blind archipelagos. But it'll be what it'll be. It'll be fine. Because we're still gonna make it through. We're almost done, so clearly being blind to games does not stop you from managing to beat them in Archipelago. If anything, I feel like some of these ended up being easier in Archipelago, which is kind of weird. Like, I feel like, on the whole, I think Crystal Project would have been harder. Vanilla, ironically enough. It being in Archipelago gave us a lot of power earlier than I would have had it. It had its own problems, but I do think that it ended up working out to be easier overall. Where? They doing like... They might be doing their own Archipelago or something. I see somebody playing a single player game, but there's like a stream together of like 5 people. I'm like, what? What? Because I'm obviously trying to decide my raid target for the night. If I'm even going to raid out tonight, because I am definitely feeling the stretch I did to finish Crystal Project. I'm just gonna have a quick peek at a couple of these and see where they're at and what they're doing and decide from there. Okay, that's what this is. Tell you what, I'm gonna flip a coin whether we do or don't. I'm leaning don't, but we will see what happens. Okay, the coin agrees with the no raid tonight. So, apologies if you were relying on me to send you somewhere tonight, but I am definitely worn out from doing the extra leg to make sure I finish this game. It just puts you back at the spawning meadow. Back to where you started. And everybody's level 60. Actually, kind of funny that we happened to land on level 60 right after defeating the party of level 60s. But thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will come back tomorrow and finish Bomberman Hero and Kirby 64. Ideally, just go right through, sweep, be done, and then this archipelago will be complete in time for a couple of weeks from now for me to do another one. this time involving a lot of my good friends from the Dragon Council, and involving two very different games that I am a fair bit more familiar with. Not as completely familiar with as I could otherwise be happier to do, but I wanted to keep it interesting. And I had made it a poll where those who had access to the poll decided my two games for that archipelago are going to be Portrait of Ruin and Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm going to reveal that now because y'all are going to forget by the time it comes around, probably. So look forward to that being a magical ride we go on, where I will more than likely be stuck a lot, but it'll be funny. And I will have to brute force a lot of things with Squires. But like I said, we'll be back tomorrow with finishing the archipelago. I'll probably go to Clockwork Ambrosia if we end up having a lot of extra time. And then Monday we go back to Final Fantasy III. Tuesday, if we don't end up finishing Clockwork Ambrosia tomorrow, will be more Clockwork Ambrosia. Thursday's a question mark. Friday's a question mark. And since the archipelago will be done, Saturday will similarly be a question mark. We'll be very much playing it by ear next week, basically, is what that means. Again, thank you all so much for your time. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, and have a good night. Goodbye.